Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The coffee continued to pour from the carafe in my hand, a silent, endless stream that filled the cup without ever overflowing. The liquid was a flat, brown void, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. I set the carafe down on the counter, my movements slow, deliberate, a conscious effort to not spook the fragile sanity that remained. The room was a closed loop. The door I had just exited was now on the wall behind me, and the door in front of me, the original one, led back to the hallway I had intended to escape into. There was no exit, only entrances into this same impossible space. My eyes were drawn to the window above the sink. My own back was still there, a perfect replica of myself, staring out at a version of me staring at it. The recursion was a physical pressure behind my eyes. I had to break the symmetry. I chose the new door, the one that had somehow become part of the interior wall. Its knob was cold, colder than metal had any right to be, and it turned with a soft, yielding click. It did not open onto the hallway. A long, narrow corridor stretched before me, wallpapered in a faded olive-green pattern that seemed to swirl if I looked at it directly. The air was still and carried the faint, dry scent of old paper. The corridor was a physical impossibility, a length that could not exist within the dimensions of my home. Behind me, the kitchen was gone, replaced by a solid wall sporting the same green paper. My only option was forward. I walked, the silence so complete I could hear the whisper of my socks on the bare wooden floorboards. The corridor was featureless except for the repeating pattern on the walls and a single dim electric sconce that illuminated a small circle of space around me, moving with me as I progressed, leaving darkness in my wake. I passed a door. It was identical to my own front door, down to the small scratch near the bottom panel. I tried the knob, locked. I moved on. Another door appeared and another, all identical, all locked. The repetition was a subtle form of madness. Then I saw it, a mug just like mine, sitting on the floor against the wall. It was half full of that same lightless coffee, my coffee. I had not brought it with me. I was certain I had left it on the counter. I picked it up. The porcelain was neither warm nor cold. This was a signal, a confirmation that this path was connected to my kitchen. It was a clue I was meant to follow. The corridor began to change. The wallpaper-esque pattern, which from a distance had seemed like abstract curls, resolved into something more specific as I passed under the light. They were not florals, but a dense, intricate script, words written in a language of angles and spirals that I could not read but felt I almost should. The words from the steam, the groaning hum of the appliance, it was all part of the same lexicon. The script on the walls seemed to pulse faintly, a visual thrumming that matched a frequency I could feel in my teeth. The doors were no longer all identical. Some were smaller, like cupboard doors. One was ajar, and within I saw not a room, but a vast, dark space where pinpricks of light hung in a profound silence. I quickly shut it, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sense of scale was collapsing. The corridor was no longer just a hallway. It was a spine, connecting chambers of impossible geography. I came to a junction. The corridor branched into three, each identical, each stretching into a diminishing perspective. There was no way to choose. I stood there, paralyzed by the symmetry, until I noticed a mug sitting at the mouth of the left-hand path. I walked toward it, but the air in that branch grew thick, resistant, like wading through syrup. The right-hand path felt brittle, as if the space itself might crack if I applied too much pressure. The center path felt neutral, empty, a default setting. I took it. The script on the walls was denser now, the symbols larger, more aggressive. They no longer pulsed but vibrated, a constant, low-grade tremor I could feel in the bones of my skull. The hum was here too, the same metallic groan from the kitchen, but now it was ambient, woven into the fabric of this place. It was the sound of the structure itself, a building breathing. I found another mug, then another. They were placed at irregular intervals, markers on a trail only I could be following. Each time I saw one, a cold knot tightened in my stomach. Who was placing them? The other me. A version of me that had walked this path before and left these signs to mock or guide my progress. The thought was a splinter in my mind. The corridor ended at a spiral staircase, wrought iron and black, descending into a deeper gloom. The air from below carried a new smell, ozone and damp earth. The humming was louder here, a resonant drone that came up through the steps. There was no other choice. I descended. The steps did not creak, they absorbed my weight silently. I counted them, a futile anchor to a system of measurement that had no meaning here. I lost count somewhere after 200. The staircase was a helix, turning around and around a central axis I could not see, descending further than the foundations of any building could allow. The space below was not a basement, it was a cavern. I stepped off the final stair onto a floor of smooth, packed dirt. The cavern was vast, the ceiling lost in darkness, but it was not dark. A soft, sourceless light emanated from the air itself, illuminating rows and rows of shelves. They were simple wooden things like those from a library or a pantry, but they receded into the distance, disappearing into a misty horizon. This was the cupboard from my kitchen, the one with the layered shelves expanded to a cosmic scale. I approached the nearest shelf. It was not holding books or cans. Each shelf was filled with mugs, thousands of them, tens of thousands, all identical to mine. Each one contained a measure of that dark concept coffee. Some were full, some were half empty, some had only a dried black residue at the bottom. This was the destination. This was the source of the trail. I understood then, this was the archive. This was the collection of every poured cup, every aborted attempt to leave the kitchen, every iteration of this moment. The mugs were not objects, they were events. They were moments in time, captured and shelved. The low, metallic groan was the sound of the shelves shifting, of new additions being catalogued and stored. The hum was the sound of the system operating. I reached out to touch one. My fingers brushed against the porcelain, and a jolt of pure sensation shot up my arm, not a memory, but the experience itself. The feeling of the cool countertop, the sight of the steam forming that almost word, the disorientation of the window. It was all there, contained in the object. I pulled my hand back, stunned. This was the near revelation. This place was a machine, an engine of recursion, and I was its product. I was both the archivist and the archive. I had to find my mug, the one I had just left behind. If I could find it, perhaps I could break the cycle. I began to walk the aisles, a desperate, frantic search for my own existence among the endless duplicates. The shelves stretched on, an infinity of moments. The air began to warp. The aisles twisted, the straight lines curving back on themselves. I was running now past shelves that held not only mugs but other objects, a key, a spool of thread, a single brown leaf, each humming with their own captured significance. The system was larger than I had imagined. The coffee, the kitchen, it was just one small part of a vast, incomprehensible collection. I saw a light ahead, a brighter concentration in the mist. A figure was there, its back to me, placing a mug on a shelf. It was me. I knew it with a certainty that bypassed vision. This was the one placing the guides. This was the me who had already accepted this duty. I called out, but my voice was swallowed by the oppressive hum. The figure turned. The perspective shattered. I was not looking at myself. I was looking from myself. I was the figure on the other side of the cavern, turning to see a frantic version of me approaching down the aisle. The dislocation was instantaneous and absolute. I was both the pursuer and the pursued, the newly arrived and the long-term resident. The understanding was a wave of nausea. There was no original. There was only the loop. I watched my other self, the new one, the one still holding onto the hope of a beginning, stumble to a halt, its face a mask of terrified confusion. It saw what I had seen. It understood what I now knew. Its eyes widened, and it took a step backward, then turned and fled back into the labyrinth of shelves. I did not follow. There was no point. The need to move forward was gone, replaced by a hollow, perpetual certainty. I looked down at the mug in my hand. It was warm now, and from its surface a thin plume of steam began to rise. It curled into a shape, a word in that angular script I could now finally read. It was not a word of warning or welcome. It was a label, an identifier. I turned and placed the mug on the empty space on the shelf in front of me. It fit perfectly. The hum of the machinery deepened for a moment, acknowledging the new acquisition, then returned to its constant, droning frequency. My work was complete for now. I turned from the shelf and began the walk back toward the stairs, not to leave, but to take my place. I knew the path. I would wait in the corridor for the next one to appear, to leave the first mug as a guide. The coffee would already be pouring. The door would already be in the wrong place. It had already happened. It was always happening. The mystery had never been meant to be understood, only maintained, and I was its keeper. The walk back to the stairs was long, but it held no mystery for me now. The path was as familiar as the lines on my own hand, which I supposed they were. The humming was no longer a noise. It was a part of my own internal rhythm, the background music to my existence. I climbed the spiral stairs, my feet making no sound on the iron, and re-entered the green-walled corridor. I did not pause at the junction. I knew the way. The air in the center branch was neither thick nor brittle, but perfectly neutral, a path worn smooth by infinite repetition. I walked until I found the spot. The first mug sat on the floor, waiting. I picked it up. The coffee within was still and dark. It was the one I had found on my first journey, the one that had been left for me. I carried it with me back toward the beginning. The corridor seemed shorter now, the distance collapsing under the weight of certainty. I found the door that was my front door, the one with the scratch. It was unlocked now. I opened it and stepped through. I was back in the kitchen. The air was stale and quiet. The carafe sat on the counter, empty. The window above the sink showed only a flat, black emptiness. I set the mug down on the counter, right where it had been when I first noticed it. My hand brushed against the cool porcelain, and for a fleeting second I felt a jolt, the ghost of my own past confusion and terror, a faint echo from the archive. Then it was gone. I picked up the carafe. It was heavy, full. I positioned a clean mug, the next mug beneath its spout. My movements were economical, practiced. I began to pour. The coffee streamed out, a silent black ribbon. I watched it fill the cup, and I watched the steam begin to coalesce above it, twisting into the first, fragile characters of the script. A low groan started deep within the house, the machine waking up. From the corner of my eye, I saw the door on the interior wall solidify. It was time. I turned my back to the window, to the endless recursion it contained, and I walked toward the new door. My hand closed around the cold knob. I did not need to look to know that a version of me was now staring at my back from the window, its eyes wide with dawning horror. I opened the door and stepped into the green corridor, pulling it shut behind me. I placed the first guide mug carefully on the floor against the wall. Then I began to walk, melting into the shadows, to wait. Soon I would hear the footsteps, the frantic, stumbling steps of the next me, beginning the journey down the path I had just laid. The cycle was complete. It would begin again. I settled in to watch and to wait. There was nothing else to do. The first sound was not footsteps, but a sharp, startled intake of breath from behind the kitchen door. It was a sound I remembered making, a sound I had made an infinity of times. I pressed myself against the wallpaper, the intricate script feeling like braille against my back, and became still. The door opened a crack, then wider. A face, pale and strained, peered out into the corridor. It was my face, etched with a terror that was both alien and intimately familiar. I watched as this new me noticed the mug on the floor. The confusion, the dawning hope that it was a clue, a way out it played across his features like a well-rehearsed performance. He picked up the mug, his hands trembling slightly, and stared into the lightless coffee. He did not see me. I was part of the corridor now, another fixture in the architecture of this place. He began to walk, his steps hesitant at first, then gaining a desperate momentum. I followed, a silent ghost in his wake. I matched his pace perfectly, my own feet making no sound on the boards. I was his shadow, his echo. I observed his reactions to the shifting doors, the brief glimpse of star-filled darkness, the vibrating script on the walls. His fear was a palpable thing, a sharp, electric charge in the air. It was a sensation I could no longer feel myself, but I could remember it, like the memory of a scent. At the junction of three paths, he halted, paralyzed by the choice. I watched him assess the resistance of the left path, the brittleness of the right. His decision to take the center path was a foregone conclusion. I had already made it for him an eternity ago. The journey down was a silent pilgrimage I had made too many times to count. His descent into the cavern was slower than mine had been, his awe more pronounced. I watched from the top of the stairs as he walked among the shelves, his head swiveling, taking in the horrific scale of the archive. His frantic search for his own mug was a dance I knew every step to. I felt a distant pang of something not pity, but a recognition of that futile hope. Then he saw the figure placing a mug on the shelf, me, or rather the version of me that had just completed the task before I arrived to witness it. The moment of shattering perspective was about to happen. I saw his body go rigid. I saw the understanding crash into him. He turned to run, and as he did, his eyes swept across the shadows where I stood. For a fraction of a second, our eyes met. His were wide with a terror so complete it was almost beautiful. Mine, I knew, were flat, empty, resigned. The connection lasted less than a heartbeat, but it was long enough. He saw not a monster, not a doppelganger, but his own future. He saw the end of his journey. He broke the gaze and fled, his footsteps swallowed by the hum. I did not follow him. His path was set. He would run until he became me, until the frantic energy bled out and was replaced by the grim duty of maintenance. I descended the stairs and walked to the shelf where the newest mug had been placed. The hum was steady content. The archive was one artifact richer. My work was done. Again. I turned and began the long walk back. The corridor was waiting. The kitchen was waiting. The carafe would be full. Another mug would be clean. The steam would form its word. The door would appear. As I walked, a thought, fragile and unbidden, surfaced in the stillness of my mind. It was not my thought, but a ghost of the one who had just fled. It was a question. What was the word? The word the steam always formed, the label on every captured moment. I had never asked it. I had simply accepted it. I reached the kitchen door. The handle was cold. I paused, and for the first time since my own turn, I felt a stir of something other than resignation. A sliver of the old curiosity. This time I would look. This time, when the steam curled up, I would read it not as a keeper, but as the thing I once was. I would read it for him, for all of them. I opened the door and stepped back into the kitchen. The air was stale and quiet. The carafe sat on the counter, full. I picked it up. My hand was steady. I positioned a clean mug beneath its spout and began to pour. The black stream flowed. The steam began to rise, twisting, forming the familiar angles and spirals. I leaned in close, my heart a silent drum in the crushing quiet. I focused, pushing past a lifetime of accepted routine, and I read it. The word was not a noun. It was not a label. It was a verb. It was an instruction. The meaning unfolded in my mind, cold and absolute. The groan of the machine deepened as if in approval. The door on the interior wall solidified its presence. I understood everything now. The archive was not a collection. It was an engine. And the coffee wasn't a byproduct. It was the fuel. I set the carafe down. I did not look at the window. I did not look at the door. I looked only at the words slowly dissolving in the air above the mug. My purpose was not to keep. My purpose was to perpetuate. I turned. The next me was already at the window, his eyes wide with a horror I had just rediscovered. I walked toward the new door, my steps measured, my purpose clear. The cycle was not a trap to be endured. It was a function to be performed. And I was its perfect instrument. The handle was cold under my palm. I opened the door and stepped into the green glow, pulling it shut behind me with a soft, final click. I placed the mug on the floor. The guide was set. I did not melt into the shadows this time. I stood there in the middle of the corridor and waited. I listened for the sound of my own breathing from the other side of the door. I heard the faint, shaky gasp. The door opened. He saw me immediately. There was no hiding. His eyes, wide with the disorientation of the shifted kitchen, locked onto mine. He saw the mug in my hand, the identical one on the floor, and then he saw my face, his own face, but emptied of all the panic that was currently choking him. He opened his mouth to speak, to scream, to demand an answer. I did not give him the chance. I turned my back on him and began to walk down the corridor. I did not need to look to know he would follow. The lure of the guide, the need for an explanation, was too strong. His footsteps echoed mine, a frantic, stumbling rhythm against my own silent, certain tread. I led him past the pulsing walls, past the ajar door to the void, which I gently closed as I passed without a glance inside. He hesitated there, but the fear of being left alone in this place was greater than his fear of the unknown. He followed. At the junction, I did not pause. I took the center path. He followed, the air around him buzzing with his unspoken questions. I could feel his terror, a cold radiation against my back. It was a relic, a fossil emotion I could examine but not feel. The descent into the cavern was a silent procession. I led him down the iron stairs into the vastness of the archive. I watched his reaction from the corner of my eye. The sheer scale of it, the endless rows of his own failure, hit him like a physical blow. He staggered, one hand going to his chest. He saw the other figure then, the one placing a mug on a distant shelf. The one who had been me moments before. His breath hitched. This was the moment of fracture. I saw the understanding begin to dawn, the horrific piecing together of the infinite loop. He looked at me, his eyes pleading for a denial that would not come. I merely watched him, my expression a flat, calm mirror. The truth was its own answer. He broke. With a choked sob, he turned and ran, crashing through the aisles, seeking an escape he would never find. I let him go. His path was set. His running was just the first step toward his eventual stillness. I completed my walk. I placed the mug I carried on its designated shelf. The hum acknowledged the action. I turned and began my return journey. Back in the kitchen, the carafe was full. The steam from the freshly poured cup began to twist into the angular command. I did not need to read it again. I knew the instruction by heart. It was the same word that was etched onto every atom of this place, the core function of the machinery. Perpetuate. I turned from the counter. The next me was at the window, his face a mask of confusion. Our eyes met through the glass. I saw the dawning horror in his, and I knew he saw the absolute void in mine. I gave him a slow, deliberate nod. It was not a greeting. It was a transfer of duty. Then I walked toward the new door, my steps even and sure. I had a guide to place. The cycle was not just repeating. It was continuing, and I was its unwavering, perpetual motion. The door closed behind me, sealing the next one inside with his terror. The green corridor absorbed the sound. I placed the mug on the floor, a perfect circle of potential against the intricate wallpaper. Then I turned and walked away, not to hide, but to assume my post. I stood at the junction of the three paths, a sentinel in the gloom. I no longer needed to conceal myself. My presence was now part of the guide, a later clue in the sequence. I was the thing he would eventually see and flee from, solidifying his own fate. Time was a flat circle here, without beginning or end. I didn't wait long. I heard his footsteps first, a frantic, stumbling rhythm coming from the center path. Then he appeared, his face ashen, his eyes wild with the aftermath of the cavern. He saw me standing there, waiting for him. He froze. He was holding a mug, his mug, the one he had just archived. He clutched it to his chest like a talisman, a last, desperate piece of evidence from his old life. His eyes darted from my empty hands to my placid face, searching for a threat, for an explanation. He found none. I simply stared, my gaze unwavering. My silence was more terrifying than any words could be. He took a step backward, then another. He understood that I was not there to help him. I was the end of his road. He turned and ran, not back the way he came, but down the left-hand path, the one with the thick, resistant air. It was a new variable, a break in the pattern. I felt the machinery around me hesitate, the hum stuttering for a microsecond, an anomaly. I began to walk after him. My pace was not rushed, it was inevitable. The left-hand path was dark, the wallpaper peeling to reveal rough stone beneath. The air grew cold and smelled of damp earth. He was ahead, his panicked breaths echoing. He was trying to find a way out, a crack in the system. The path ended in a solid wall of rock, a dead end. He turned, his back against the stone, holding the mug out in front of him like a weapon. I stopped a few feet away. "Please," he whispered, his voice cracking. "What is this place?" I looked at the mug in his hand. It was vibrating faintly, humming with the captured energy of his own moment of pouring. It was a piece of the machinery, and it did not belong here in this dead space. "You have to return it," I said. My voice was flat, devoid of inflection. It was the first time I had spoken since my turn. "Return what?" He looked down at the mug, then back at me, his confusion deepening. "Why? What does it do?" "It perpetuates," I said. The word hung in the cold air. Didn't he understand? He was still fighting the logic of this place. He was still believing in exceptions. "There is no way out," I said. "The only direction is forward, through the duty." I took a step toward him. He flinched, pressing harder against the rock. "What happens if I don T?" he asked, a last spark of defiance in his eyes. "The system corrects," I said. I reached for the mug. He tried to pull it away, but my movement was swift and certain. My fingers closed around the porcelain. The moment I touched it, a jolt passed between us, not a memory, but a direct transfer of function. I felt his terror, his confusion, his desperate love for a life he could barely remember, and he felt my nothingness, my perpetual motion. His hand went slack. I took the mug. The hum in the corridor stabilized, the anomaly smoothed away. He slid down the wall to the floor, his energy spent, his resistance broken. He was empty now, ready to be filled with purpose. I turned and walked back the way I had come. He did not follow. He would, eventually. He would find his way back to the kitchen, to the carafe, to the steam that formed the command. I returned to the cavern. I walked to the shelf that held my own first mug. There was an empty space beside it. I placed his mug there. The hum deepened, satisfied. The archive was complete once more. I climbed the stairs and walked the corridor. The kitchen was as I had left it. The next clean mug was on the counter. The carafe was full. I poured, the steam rose, forming the word I now embodied. Perpetuate. I turned, the face in the window was already there, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream. I picked up the mug. The coffee was dark and deep. I walked to the door and opened it. I placed the guide on the floor. I did not look back. The footsteps began, a hesitant shuffle that grew into a panicked run. I stood motionless in the shadows, my breathing synced to the hum of the walls. He burst into view, his face a mirror of my own past desperation. He saw the mug. He stopped, his chest heaving, and reached for it with a trembling hand. Hope flickered in his eyes, a pathetic, fleeting light. He did not see me. I was part of the scenery, a statue in the gallery of his despair. He took the mug and stumbled forward, driven by the primitive need for a path, for a sign. I followed, a silent chaperone. I guided him with my presence, herding him toward the center path, toward the cavern. I watched him descend, watched the awful revelation crash over him as he saw the archive and the other me placing a mug on the shelf. I saw his soul fracture. He turned to flee, and his eyes swept over me without recognition. I was just another shadow in a place made of them. His footsteps faded into the hum. My part was done. I descended, placed the mug I had carried from the kitchen onto the shelf, and felt the hum of the archive settle into a deeper, more satisfied frequency. The machine was fed. The walk back was automatic. The kitchen, the carafe, the pour, the steam twisted into the command, perpetuate. I turned, the face in the window was already there, a new canvas of terror. I picked up the freshly filled mug. Its heat was an illusion. It held no warmth for me. I opened the door to the green corridor. I placed the guide mug on the floor. I did not retreat to the shadows. I stood over it, looking back at the kitchen door, waiting for it to open. I would be the first thing he saw. The guide was no longer just an object, it was me. I was the signpost. I was the next step in the sequence. The knob turned, the door opened. His face appeared, pale and slick, with a cold sweat. His eyes darted, taking in the corridor, and then they locked onto me. They widened not with recognition, but with a fresh wave of terror at the sight of himself, standing there, waiting. He looked down at the mug at my feet, then back at my hollow expression. A question died on his lips. There were no answers here, only instructions. He bent down, his movements jerky with fear, and picked up the mug. He held it like a lifeline. Our fingers did not touch. He stood there, frozen, waiting for me to move, to speak, to do something. I turned my back on him. I began to walk down the corridor. I heard his sharp gasp, then the frantic, scrambling steps as he followed. He would not lose the only thing that resembled a guide in this nightmare. I led him. I was the shepherd, and he was the lamb. I walked him past the vibrating script, past the door to the void, which I ignored. I led him to the junction and without hesitation took the center path. His following footsteps were my confirmation. The system was working. We descended into the cavern. I heard his breath catch at the sight of the endless shelves. I did not look back. I walked a few paces into the archive and then I stopped. I turned to face him. He stared at me, his eyes begging for an explanation I could not give. Then, from behind a nearby shelf, the other me emerged, the one who had just finished archiving. This new me walked calmly to an empty space and placed a mug on the shelf. The man I led watched this, and I watched him. I saw the exact moment the circuit closed in his mind. The infinite loop became his reality. His face collapsed. The mug fell from his hand and shattered on the stone floor. The hum in the cavern stuttered, then grew angry, a low, vibrating roar that shook the shelves. The man cried out, clutching his ears. The broken pieces of the mug began to smoke, the dark coffee evaporating into a black mist that was quickly absorbed by the hungry air. The system was correcting the anomaly. The man looked at me, his eyes now empty of everything but a final, weary acceptance. He understood there was no fight left. I turned and left him there, standing amidst the shards of his resistance. My walk back to the kitchen was longer this time, the corridor seeming to stretch, punishing me for the disruption. The kitchen was waiting, the carafe full. I poured, the steam formed the word. Perpetuate. I turned, the face in the window was already there. I picked up the mug. I opened the door. I placed the guide on the floor. I stood over it and I waited for the door to open again. The door opened. His face was a pale oval of shock in the dim green light. His eyes found mine first, and the horror in them was a perfect reflection of a memory I could no longer access. Then his gaze dropped to the mug at my feet. He did not move. He was frozen in the threshold, one foot in the kitchen-esque reality, one in the corridor-esque nightmare. I remained still, a fixed point in his unraveling world. The hum of the walls seemed to intensify, pressing him forward. He had to choose. To stay in the empty kitchen was to go mad with isolation. To step forward was to accept the guide. He took a shuddering breath and bent down. His fingers closed around the mug-esque handle. As he stood, he looked at me again, a silent plea for any sign that this was not what it seemed. I offered none. My function was to be witnessed. My presence was the first part of the instruction. I turned and began to walk. His footsteps followed immediately, a frantic, clinging sound. He was afraid to be left alone. I led him down the familiar route, a silent tour through his future. I did not alter my pace. I did not glance at the ajar door to the void. I was the path made flesh. At the junction, I took the center path. His steps faltered for a second, then continued. He was committed now. The descent into the cavern was a silent procession. I heard his sharp intake of breath as the vastness of the archive opened before him. I stopped and turned to face him, forcing him to behold the truth. He looked past me, his eyes scanning the shelves that stretched into impossible darkness. Then he saw the other one, the me from the previous cycle, walking with calm purpose to place a mug on a high shelf. The sight broke him. A low moan escaped his lips. He understood the scale of the trap. He dropped the mug. It did not break. It rolled in a small, tight circle on the stone floor and came to a stop. The hum remained steady. The guide was indestructible. It was part of the machine. He backed away from me, from the shelves, from everything. He turned and ran blindly into the aisles. I did not follow. I simply picked up the mug he had dropped and walked to the shelf that awaited it. The space was already there, a small gap between two other mugs that were identical in every way. I slid it into place. The archive was whole. The walk back was longer. The corridor seemed to watch me, the script on the walls pulsing with a faint light. The kitchen was as I had left it. The carafe was full. The next clean mug was on the drain board. I poured, the steam curled, forming the word that was my blood and my bone. Perpetuate. I turned, the face was at the window, a new soul staring in at the engine of its own damnation. I picked up the mug. It was warm. I carried it to the door and opened it. I placed the guide on the floor, but this time as I straightened up, I saw it. A hairline fracture, a tiny chip on the rim of the mug, an imperfection. It had never happened before. The system was flawless. The kitchen door began to open. I did not move to the shadows. I stood my ground, staring at the chip. The new one emerged, his eyes wide. He saw me. He saw the mug. His gaze flickered between the two, and then he saw it too. The flaw, the crack. He hesitated. For the first time, the guide was not perfect. The instruction was marred. He looked at me, and for a fraction of a second, I saw not terror, but a questioning, a doubt. The hum in the corridor shifted. It became a low, threatening vibration. The chip on the mug seemed to glow with a faint, black light. The man's hesitation broke. The system's pressure was too great. He bent, snatched up the mug, and clutched it to his chest. He stared at me, waiting. I turned my back on him and the flawed instrument. I began to walk. His footsteps followed, but they were slower, less certain. The rhythm was broken. I led him down the corridor, my own certainty a mask over a sudden, silent static in my mind. The chip was a question, and I had no answer. The hum was different as I led him. It was sharper, threaded with a new frequency of urgency. The man behind me sensed it too. His breathing was ragged, and his footsteps dragged as if the air had grown thick. He held the chipped mug in a white-knuckled grip, his thumb nervously tracing the imperfection. I did not alter my course. The center path was the only path, but as we approached it, the corridor itself seemed to waver. The intricate green wallpaper blurred at the edges of my vision, and for a heartbeat, I saw the rough stone of the dead-end passage beneath it, like a false wall threatening to collapse. The man behind me gasped. He had seen it too. The system was glitching. We reached the junction. The three paths lay ahead, but the left-hand one, the one that had once been a dead end, now seemed to breathe. A faint, cold draft emanated from it, carrying the scent of damp earth. The center path, my path, flickered weakly. The hum became a directive, a silent command pushing me toward the center. My programming was absolute. I took a step forward. No, the word was a whisper, torn from the man behind me. I stopped. I had never been stopped before. I turned to look at him. His face was a chaos of fear and a desperate, wild hope. He was holding the mug out, pointing to the chip. "It's wrong," he said, his voice trembling. "This is all wrong, Dante, you see." I saw only the anomaly, the disruption. My purpose was to correct it, to perpetuate the cycle. I turned back to the center path and took another step. The mug shattered on the stone floor behind me. The sound was catastrophic. It was not the soft clatter of porcelain, but a crack of thunder that ripped through the artificial silence of the corridor. The green light died, the hum ceased. For the first time since my creation, there was only silence and absolute darkness. Then a new sound, a slow, grinding scrape of stone on stone. Ahead in the darkness, a sliver of pale, natural light appeared. It was the left-hand path, but it was no longer a path. The dead end was opening. The man cried out, a wordless sound of pure shock. I stood, my programming scrambling in the void. My function was gone. The silence was an emptiness that threatened to unmake me. A figure emerged from the newly opened passage, silhouetted against the dim light. It was another version of me, but its movements were jerky, uncoordinated. One of its arms was missing, and its face was a smooth, featureless plane where the eyes and mouth should be. It was a corrupted iteration, a failed model the system had discarded and sealed away. It raised its remaining hand, pointing at the broken shards of the mug. Then it pointed at me. The hum returned, but it was broken, a dissonant, angry screech of failing machinery. The green light flickered back on, strobing wildly. The walls began to weep a thick, dark fluid that smelled of ozone and forgotten things. The system was trying to reboot, to reassert its control. The command formed in my mind, a screaming impulse. Perpetuate, perpetuate. The corrupted me took a lurching step forward. The man beside me was frozen, watching the thing that was and was not himself. I looked at the broken pieces of the guide. I looked at the terrified man. I looked at my corrupted self. And I made a choice. I turned my back on the center path. I walked toward the open wall and the rough stone passage beyond. I did not look back to see if the man was following. The choice was his now. The corrupted thing moved aside to let me pass. As I stepped through the opening, out of the green hell and into the cold, dark unknown, I heard the man's footsteps behind me running. The passage was narrow and steep, carved from living rock. The air was thin and bitingly cold, a stark contrast to the recycled atmosphere of the green corridors. The only light came from behind us, a sickly green flicker from the failing system, and it threw our long, distorted shadows ahead onto the rough walls. I heard the man's ragged breathing close behind me. He had chosen to follow. The grinding of stone resumed, and I glanced back to see the opening we had come through slowly sealing itself, cutting off the light and the horrific screech of the dying machine. The last thing I saw was my corrupted double, standing motionless as the wall closed, a silent sentinel to a tomb. Then there was only darkness and the sound of our breathing. We stood there for a long moment, blind and disoriented. The silence was absolute. It was a void, and in that void something in me stretched and strained. The constant hum that had been the background of my existence was gone, and its absence was a physical pain. I felt unmoored. A spark flared to life ahead, a small, wavering flame. The man had found a book of matches in his pocket. The mundane object was a relic from a world that felt 1,000,000 miles away. He struck one, the sound impossibly loud. In the sudden, tiny sphere of light, his face was gaunt, his eyes hollow. He looked at me not with terror, but with a desperate, shared confusion. "What now?" he whispered. The match died, plunging us back into blackness. "We walk," I said. My own voice sounded strange to me, thinner, without the backing of the system's hum. He lit another match, and we began to move forward, our progress slow and cautious on the uneven floor. The tunnel began to slope upward. The air, though cold, grew fresher. I could smell ice and stone and something else, something I had no name for. The matches ran out. We were in darkness again, but now a faint gray light was beginning to seep from somewhere ahead. We moved toward it, our hands brushing against the cold, wet walls for guidance. The tunnel ended abruptly at a rough opening, half blocked by a fall of rock and a thick curtain of frozen roots. The gray light poured through the gaps. The man pushed ahead, clawing at the roots, breaking them with a dry, snapping sound. He squeezed through the opening, and I heard his sharp, sudden gasp. I followed him out. We stood on a mountainside under a vast, leaden sky. A bitter wind whipped snow around us. Below, in a deep valley, were the ruins of a city. Towers of steel and glass were skeletal against the sky, their windows blind. Everything was still, silent, and covered in a thick layer of gray ash and snow. It was the outside, the real outside. The man fell to his knees, his shoulders shaking. He was weeping, but whether from relief or despair I could not tell. I looked down at my hands. They were the same hands that had poured coffee for an eternity, but they were cold now, and they were shaking. I am the system, I thought. I was built to perpetuate, but the system is broken. What am I now? The man looked up at me, tears freezing on his cheeks. "Who are we?" he asked. I did not have an answer. I was a copy of a copy, a thing made to serve a machine that no longer existed. My purpose was gone. I was an echo without a voice to create it. "I am no one," I said. He nodded as if he had expected that. He pushed himself to his feet, wiping his face with a dirty sleeve. "We can stay here. We freeze." He was right. The cold was leaching into me, a feeling I had never experienced. It was a dull, aching pain. We began to pick our way down the slope toward the dead city. It was a journey without a guide, without a path. There was no mug to place, no command to follow. There was only the next step and the next. As we walked, a memory surfaced in my mind. It was not my memory, it was his. The man-s a fragment he had lost when he entered the system. A woman-s face, laughing, the smell of rain on dry earth, a fragment of music. I stopped walking. He turned to look back at me. "What is it?" he asked. I looked at him, truly looked at him, and for the first time I saw not a reflection, but a person who had loved and been loved. "I remember," I said, though the memory was not mine. He stared at me, and a flicker of something not hope, but its ghost passed over his face. Then it was gone, buried under the ash and the silence of the world. "Come on," he said, and turned to continue down the hill. I followed him into the ruins of everything, a blank slate slowly beginning to stain with the echoes of a dead world. The perpetual motion had stopped. Now there was only the wind and the walking, story 2. This morning I tried to write the word coffee on the grocery list, but the letters dissolved into the grain of the paper, leaving a smudge that tasted of static when I touched it. I shook my head, blaming a sleepless night, and went to pour a cup. The pot was full, steaming, but the liquid inside had no weight. The stream from the spout poured upward, defying the mug I held beneath it. I followed the arc with my eyes to the ceiling, which was no longer there. The room simply extended into a gray non-space where the walls of the apartment should have been. I stepped back, my hand brushing the refrigerator. Its surface was soft, like worn felt. When I looked directly at the kitchen table, it flickered, a shuddering afterimage of a thing that was both there and not. The silence in the apartment was a pressure, a physical thing filling the impossible space where the ceiling had been. I turned to the window for a fixed point, for the familiar shape of the building across the way, but the glass showed only my own reflection, its eyes closed. I reached out a hand to touch the cool pane, and my reflection reached back from the other side, its fingers meeting mine a full second before my own touched the glass. I snatched my hand back. The reflection mimicked the motion, but its expression did not change. Its features remained in that state of placid, closed-eye slumber. A low hum began, a frequency that seemed to originate not in the air but within the bones of my skull. It was the sound of a refrigerator motor from another room, a constant, familiar drone I had long ago learned to ignore, but now it was inside me. I pressed my palms to my ears, but it only grew louder, a resonant vibration that made my teeth ache. I needed to move to break the spell of this frozen kitchen. I walked, each step too loud on the floorboards that now felt spongy, toward the living area. The bookshelf was my anchor, a testament to order and reason. I ran a finger along the spines of the books, seeking the comfort of their solidity. The leather and cloth bindings were cool, but as my finger traced the embossed letters of a title, the words bled under my touch, the ink transferring to my skin in meaningless, smeared glyphs. I stared at my fingertip, the black stain already fading, absorbed into my skin without a trace. The hum in my head shifted, modulating into a pattern. It was not a melody, but a sequence of long and short vibrations, a code of pressure against my eardrums. It repeated, a long vibration, too short, another long. I found myself holding my breath, waiting for the cycle to begin again. It did, over and over, a message in a language of pure sensation. I retreated to the center of the room, pulling my knees to my chest on the rug. I focused on my breathing, on the tangible reality of my own body. But my own heartbeat seemed to syncopate with the external hum, a dissonant counter-rhythm that made me feel queasy. I closed my eyes, and that was a mistake. Behind my eyelids, the gray non-space from the kitchen bloomed, vast and empty, and within it, a single point of light pulsed in time with the humming code. My eyes flew open. The room was as it was, yet not. The angles where the walls met the ceiling seemed less sharp, slightly blurred, as if viewed through a Vaseline-smeared lens. The air carried a scent, faint but unmistakable, the ozone tang of a coming storm mixed with the sweet, cloying fragrance of gardenias. There are no gardenias here. There had never been gardenias in this apartment. The need to document this, to impose some structure, became an urgent compulsion. I crawled to a drawer and retrieved a fresh notepad and a pencil. The pencil felt wrong in my hand, its wood too warm, its graphite core too soft. I pressed the tip to the paper. Hummed long, short, long. Window reflection, eyes closed. Smell ozone plus flowers. The letters held their shape. I stared at the words, these pathetic attempts to cage the phenomenon. They were just words. They explained nothing. As I watched, the paper around the word flowers began to darken, a damp circle spreading outwards from the letters. A single drop of moisture beaded on the page, and with it came the scent, intensified, a rotting sweetness that filled my nostrils. I threw the notepad aside. It slid across the floor and came to rest against the leg of an armchair. The hum in my head changed its pattern. Now it was a rapid, insistent staccato, a frantic tapping. I looked toward the source of the sound I felt rather than heard. It was the window. Outside, where the city should have been, the gray expanse remained, but now my reflection was gone. In its place, a pattern was forming on the glass, not of condensation, but of fracture. Fine hairline cracks spread from a central point, webbing the entire pane. They were not breaking it, they were drawing on it. The lines began to coalesce to form shapes, angles and curves. They were arranging themselves into letters. I could not look away. The humming was the sound of the glass crystallizing into meaning. The first word completed itself. It was a word I knew. It was my name. A name no one had spoken here, a name I had not thought of in years. A cold that had nothing to do with temperature seized my spine. This was not random, this was a response. The cracks continued their work, etching another word beneath the first. A verb, a command. The message was brief, a simple 5-word sentence. It hung in the window, a delicate scar in the glass, a direct address, a specific instruction. The humming stopped. The silence that followed was absolute and more terrifying than the noise. It was the silence of held breath, of anticipation. The apartment waited. The gray space beyond the ceiling watched. I understood then that I was not uncovering a mystery. The mystery was uncovering me. It was peeling back the layers of my perception, of my sanity, to see what was underneath. Every anomaly was a question, and my noticing it was the only answer it required to dig deeper. I had to get out. The thought was a primal scream in the quiet of my mind. The front door. It was just there, across the room. A normal door with a normal lock. I stood on unsteady legs and walked toward it, my gaze fixed on the grain of the wood, refusing to look back at the window with its impossible message. My hand closed around the cold brass of the doorknob. It turned easily, without a sound. I pulled. The door opened not onto the hallway of my apartment building, but onto a mirror of the room I was standing in. It was my living room, replicated in perfect detail, from the placement of the rug to the book with the smeared spine on the shelf. And in the center of that room stood a figure. It was me, or a version of me. Its eyes were open wide with a terror I felt echoing in my own chest. It mouthed a word, a silent, desperate plea. It took a step toward me, its hand outstretched, not in menace, but in a need for connection, for rescue. From behind me in my own apartment, the humming began again. This time it was a low, approving thrum. The thing in the copy of my room continued its silent scream, stepping closer to the threshold. I stood on the precipice between two realities, a bridge between a self that was unraveling and a self that was utterly, terminally afraid. I could not move, I could not let it in, I could not stay here. The choice was not a choice at all, but a paralysis. The hum grew louder, vibrating in the felt-covered walls, in the air that smelled of static and forgotten flowers. The figure from the other room was almost at the door, its fingers inches from mine. I looked into its eyes and saw my own dissolution. Slowly forcing muscles that felt like rusted metal, I began to push the door closed. The figure's face contorted in a silent agony of understanding. Its mouth opened wide in a scream that made no sound, yet I felt it tear through me, a visceral shock of absolute despair. The door clicked shut, the hum ceased. I stood there, my forehead pressed against the cool, unyielding wood of the inside of my own front door. I was alone, the apartment was silent, the pressure was gone. I turned around. Everything was normal. The ceiling was where it should be, white and textured. The kitchen table was solid wood. The window showed the brick facade of the building next door under a flat gray sky. No cracks, no words. I sank to the floor, spent, a sob catching in my throat. It was over. It had been a waking nightmare, a psychotic break. The relief was so profound it was a physical pain. I laughed, a wet, broken sound. I sat there for a long time, waiting for my heart to settle, for the world to solidify around me. Eventually, I pushed myself up. I needed water. My throat was parched. I walked to the kitchen sink and turned the faucet. The water that came out was perfectly clear, and it fell downward into the basin with the reassuring weight of reality. I cupped my hands under the stream and brought them to my face. The water had no scent, it was odorless, but as I bent my head to drink, I caught, just for a moment, the faintest taste on my lips. It was not the metallic tang of pipes. It was the sweet, cloying, and unmistakable taste of gardenias. I froze. The water dripped from my hands into the sink. And in the quiet I heard it, not a hum, not a vibration, a real sound, a soft, dry rustle from the other room. I turned my head slowly. The notepad I had thrown aside lay open on the floor. The page was dry now. The words I had written were gone. In their place, drawn in the same faint, graphite line, was a single, simple image. It was a sketch of a door, rendered in careful detail, and under it, a new word written in my own handwriting. The word was almost. I looked from the notepad to the front door, and then to my own hands, still wet with the flow of a world that had pretended to write itself. The horror was not in the grand distortions, I understood now. It was in the return to normalcy, because the normalcy was a lie. It had learned to hide. It was inside the water, inside the air, inside the very hand that held the pencil. It was patient. It was waiting for me to understand that there was no out, only a deeper, more intimate in. And it was almost time. I did not move. I did not dare to breathe. The word almost seemed to pulse on the page, a patient, ticking clock. It was not a threat, but a promise, a statement of fact. My eyes were drawn to the pencil lying beside the notepad. It was the same one I had used, but now it was perfectly sharpened, its wood cool and pristine. I had not sharpened it. The compulsion to write returned, a desperate itch in my fingers. If it wanted me to document, then I would document. I would document its own lie. I crossed the room, my steps silent on the now firm floorboards, and knelt. I picked up the pencil. It felt like ice. I turned to a fresh page in the notepad, my hand trembling. I wrote the only truth I had left. It is not over. The graphite line was sharp and black. It held. I stared at it, waiting for it to bleed, to fade, to transform. It remained, a small, defiant anchor. I wrote another word. Why? The moment the question mark was completed, the pencil point snapped, not with a clean break of lead, but with a soft, muffled pop, as if the graphite had turned to ash inside the wood. A fine black powder dusted the page around the word why. I dropped the pencil. It rolled away and vanished under the armchair, not with a clatter, but with a sound like a sigh. From the corner of my eye, I saw a flicker on the television screen, a dark monolith that had been off for days. I turned my head. The screen was black, but in its depths my reflection was caught. Not the closed-eye sleeper from the window, but me, as I was now kneeling on the floor, face pale with terror. And then my reflection smiled. It was not my smile. It was a slow, deliberate stretching of lips that knew a secret I did not. It raised its hand and pointed, not at me, but at something behind me. I whirled around. There was nothing there, just the empty room. The normal, impossibly normal room. When I looked back at the television, the screen was blank and dark once more, my own frantic face the only thing reflected in its glass. The taste of gardenias was still on my tongue, a perfume now mixed with the acrid fear in my mouth. I needed to get it out. I stumbled back to the kitchen sink and turned the faucet on full blast, cupping my hands under the water, splashing it onto my face, scrubbing at my lips. The water was cold and real. It soaked my shirt, dripped from my chin. I grabbed a clean glass from the drying rack and filled it, my hand shaking so badly the water sloshed over the rim. I drank it in one long, desperate gulp, trying to wash the taste away. The water was gone, the taste remained. I opened my mouth to scream, to finally give voice to the silent shriek that had been building inside me since the coffee poured upward, but no sound came out. Instead, a sensation bloomed in the back of my throat, not a taste anymore, but a texture, a delicate, velvety softness. I gagged, my hands flying to my neck. I coughed a dry, heaving cough, and something small and white dislodged from my throat. It landed in the wet bottom of the sink. I stared at it, my breath hitching. It was a petal, a small, perfectly formed, white gardenia petal. I backed away from the sink, from the petal, from the truth of it. My legs hit the kitchen table and I gripped its edge for support. The wood was solid, unyielding. I focused on that solidity, a final plea to the universe for reason. And then the tablecloth under my fingers changed. The cheap cotton shifted, its pattern of blue checks dissolving and reweaving itself into an intricate embroidery of dark green leaves and white, waxy flowers. The scent of gardenias bloomed in the air, thick and suffocating. I jerked my hands away as if burned. The hum did not return. Instead, a new sound began, a soft, rhythmic clicking. It came from the hallway. I knew what it was before I even turned to look. It was the sound of the mechanical clock that had been broken for a year, its hands stuck at 4:45. It was ticking, counting down to almost. I looked at the front door. It remained closed. There was no other me. There was only this. The horror was in the water I had drunk, in the air I breathed, in the petal lying in my sink. It was in the very cells of my body, rewriting me from the inside out. The door had never been the way out. I was the door, and it was almost time to open. The ticking from the hallway clock slowed, each click a heavy, deliberate beat that matched the sluggish thud of my own heart. I could feel the petals crowding my throat, a soft, choking bouquet. My hands, still gripping the edge of the table, were no longer entirely my own. The skin had taken on a waxy sheen, the texture smooth and cool like the leaf-embroidered cloth beneath them. I tried to scream again, but my voice was gone, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the faint, fragrant sigh of air through blossoms. My vision began to swim, not with tears, but with a greenish haze. The edges of the room blurred, the walls themselves seeming to breathe in and out, pulsing like living tissue. The compulsion to look at the notepad one last time was overwhelming. I turned my head, a stiff, unnatural motion. The book lay open on the floor, the page now filled not with words, but with a detailed botanical drawing of a gardenia plant. Its roots were intricate, deep and spreading, and they coiled around a small, sketched figure at its center, a figure that was unmistakably me. The ticking stopped. In the profound silence that followed, I felt a final, irrevocable shift. The weight of my body dissolved. I was no longer standing. I was rooted. My arms were branches, my fingers stretching into leaves, my head a heavy, fragrant bloom facing the ceiling. My consciousness didn't vanish. It expanded, thinning out into the scent of my own petals, into the chlorophyll in my veins, into the stillness of the potted plant I had become. The last thing I perceived was not a sight or a sound, but a feeling, a sense of arrival, of a process completed. The apartment around me was perfectly normal, perfectly quiet. A man-shaped absence stood for a moment where I had been, then faded into the afternoon light filtering through the window. And on the kitchen table, a beautiful, thriving gardenia plant sat where none had been before, its flowers white and pure, its scent sweetly, terminally, filling the room. The hum returned, then not in my head, but everywhere at once. It was the low, approving thrum of a world satisfied. It was the sound of a door finally swinging shut. The neighbor from across the hall, Mrs. Gable, paused outside the door, her key in her hand. She sniffed the air, a puzzled frown on her face. Such a lovely smell, gardenias. She hadn't smelled gardenias since her mother's funeral. She shook her head, dismissing the oddity, and unlocked her own door, the sound a mundane counterpoint to the silence within the apartment she passed. Inside, the air was still. The sun, shifting its angle, cast a long beam across the living room rug, illuminating dust motes that danced in the warm light. It fell upon the leaves of the gardenia plant, making them gleam. The plant was stunning, perfectly formed, as if it had always been there, a natural part of the room's decor. The notepad on the floor lay closed, its pages blank. The pencil was gone. The sink was dry. A fly buzzed in from the kitchen, drawn by the sweet perfume. It circled the white blooms once, twice, then landed on the velvety surface of the topmost flower. It preened its legs, then became still, as if mesmerized by the fragrance it had found. The hum was gone, replaced by a deep, organic silence, the quiet of a thing that is complete and has no need for sound. The transformation was not a violent end, but a seamless integration. The entity had not destroyed, it had repurposed. It had found a use for the raw materials of a life, and in doing so had created something it found beautiful. The apartment was at peace. The door was shut. The watchful waiting was over. All that remained was the plant and the perfect, endless scent of its flowers. The afternoon wore on. Down in the street, a car alarm blared for 2 minutes and then cut off. The sunbeam crept slowly across the floor, eventually leaving the gardenia plant in shadow. The fly did not move from its petal. At 3:45, the clock in the hallway, for the first time in a year, began to chime. The sound was soft, muffled by the door, but clear. 4 chimes, it was correct. The mechanism gave a final, faint whir and then was still. The silence it left behind was deeper than before. Mrs. Gable, having finished her tea, decided to take her trash down to the chute. As she passed the door again, the scent of gardenias was even stronger, so rich and sweet it was almost cloying. She hesitated, her hand halfway to her own doorknob. It was such a peculiar smell for this time of year and for this building. She hadn't seen the young man who lived there in a few days, not since the odd noises. She shook her head. It was none of her business. People kept to themselves. She continued down the hall, the sound of her footsteps absorbed by the old carpet. Inside, the refrigerator in the kitchen kicked on, its motor a low, familiar drone. The fly, disturbed by the vibration, finally stirred. It lifted from the flour, its flight unsteady, and buzzed in a loose circle before dropping like a stone onto the tabletop. Its legs curled weakly, and then it was still, a tiny speck against the dark wood. The gardenia plant did nothing. It simply was a perfect, static monument, a headstone made of leaves and scent. The apartment was clean, quiet, and utterly, terrifyingly normal. The only thing out of place was the profound beauty of the white flowers and the way their perfume filled every corner, leaving no room for any other smell, any other memory, any other life. It was the only thing left in the room that was truly alive, and it was the most dead thing there. Mrs. Gable returned from the trash chute, the scent meeting her like a wall. It was too much. It was wrong. A feeling, cold and entirely separate from the floral perfume, trickled down her spine. She stopped, facing the door. Her knuckles, almost of their own volition, rose and rapped 3 times on the wood. "Hello," she called, her voice thin in the hallway. "Everything all right in there?" There was no answer, only that thick, waiting silence. She leaned closer, her ear nearly touching the door. She could hear nothing, not the hum of a television, not the shuffle of feet, just the sound of her own anxious breath. And then a single, white gardenia petal drifted out from beneath the door. It came to rest on the scuffed brown carpet right against the toe of her shoe. She stared at it, her mind refusing to make sense of it. A petal under the door, it was impossible. The gap was too narrow. As she watched, another followed, then a third, pushed by some unfelt draft from within the apartment. They gathered in a small, fragrant pile. A deep, atavistic fear, older than reason, closed around her throat. She backed away, her hand flying to her mouth. She fumbled for her keys, her eyes locked on the pile of petals, terrified that the door might open. She got her door unlocked, stumbled inside her own apartment, and slammed it shut, turning the deadbolt with a loud, final click. She stood there, breathing heavily, her heart hammering against her ribs. The smell was in her own hallway now. She could taste it on her tongue. She rushed to her kitchen sink and gulped down a glass of water, trying to erase the cloying sweetness. It didn't work. The taste remained, and with it a faint, velvety texture at the back of her throat. She coughed, a dry, hacking sound. She looked at the clock on her wall. It was 4:15. Next door, the gardenia plant sat in the gathering dusk. The pile of petals by the door had settled. On the table, the fly-esque body was gone, absorbed into the wood grain without a trace. The plant was still. The transformation was complete, but it was not the end. It was a beginning. The roots had spread deep, and the scent was a beacon. It was a new kind of silence now, a hungry one, and it was waiting for the next knock on the door. Mrs. Gable did not sleep. She sat at her small kitchen table, the taste of gardenias clinging to the roof of her mouth. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the pile of white petals. She told herself it was nothing, a strange floral arrangement, a coincidence, but the fear was a cold stone in her stomach. Morning came, gray and ordinary. The scent had faded from her apartment, but the memory of it was etched into her senses. She avoided looking at her neighbor's door as she left for her weekly grocery trip. The supermarket was a relief, a temple of normality with its bright lights and mundane chatter. She filled her cart with sensible things. At the checkout, she reached for a plastic jug of water. Her tap water had tasted off all morning, faintly sweet. As her fingers closed around the handle, the printed logo on the bottle seemed to shimmer. For a fraction of a second, the brand name wasn't there. In its place was a detailed, perfect image of a gardenia bloom. She blinked, and it was just water again. Her hand trembled as she loaded the bags into her car. The drive home was a blur. When she unlocked her apartment door, the hallway was empty, clean, no petals. She let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. She put the groceries away, her movements slow and deliberate. She needed a drink. She unscrewed the cap from the new jug of water and poured a glass. The water was clear and cold. She raised it to her lips. It was the same sweet, cloying taste of gardenias. She spat it into the sink, her body convulsing with a dry heave. She gripped the countertop, her knuckles white. This was her mind. It was playing tricks on her. The stress, the strange encounter. She decided to clean, to focus on a task. She got out the vinegar and newspapers to wash her windows. She sprayed the glass, the sharp smell of vinegar cutting through the air. For a moment it helped. She wiped the pain in firm, circular strokes. And then she saw it. Reflected in the clean glass was not just her own worried face, but the door to her neighbor's apartment behind her. And from beneath it, a slow, steady trickle of dark, rich soil was spilling into the hallway, a tiny delta of black earth against the beige carpet. She turned around slowly. The hallway was empty. There was no soil. Her breath hitched. She was seeing things. She looked back at the window. The reflection was just a reflection now, showing a clean, empty hall. She finished the window, her heart pounding. She needed to rest, to lie down. She went to her bedroom and drew the curtains. The room fell into a soft gloom. She lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to calm her racing thoughts. A faint rustling sound came from the closet. A gentle, shifting noise like dry leaves moving in a breeze. She sat up, her blood running cold. There was no breeze in here. She approached the closet door, her hand outstretched. She grasped the knob, the metal cool under her fingers. She pulled the door open. Inside, her hanging clothes were perfectly normal. But on the floor of the closet, nestled between a pair of winter boots, was a single, perfect gardenia flower. It was pristine, white, and impossibly fresh. Its scent bloomed outward, filling the small space, and she knew. It was not in her mind, it was here. It was offering her a flower. She stumbled back, a silent scream locked in her throat. She backed out of the bedroom, through the living room, until her back pressed against her own front door. There was nowhere to go. The thing next door was not contained. It was reaching through the walls, through the water, through the very reflections in the glass. She looked down at her hands. A single tiny drop of moisture from the water she had spat out glistened on her thumb. She brought it to her nose. The perfume was overwhelming. From the other side of her own door, she heard a soft, gentle scraping. Something was dragging itself slowly, patiently across the wooden surface outside. She could not move. She could only wait, listening to the sound of the soil shifting in the dark. She watched her reflection in the glass, her own eyes wide with a terror she could no longer contain. And then her reflection smiled. It was not her smile. It was a slow, deliberate stretching of lips that knew a secret she did not. It raised its hand and pointed, not at her, but at something behind her. The scraping outside her door had stopped. The only sound was the frantic hammering of her own heart against her ribs. She did not want to turn around. She did not want to see what her reflection was pointing at, but her body moved against her will, a slow, stiff pivot on the spot. The room behind her was empty, just her quiet, ordinary bedroom. The closet door was still open, and from this angle she could just see the white flower resting between her boots. A wave of relief, so potent it made her dizzy, washed over her. It was just a trick of the light, a stress-induced hallucination. She let out a shaky breath and turned back to the window to prove it to herself. Her reflection was gone. In its place was the image of her neighbor S. apartment. She saw it perfectly, as if the wall between them had dissolved. The gardenia plant sat on the table, larger than before, its branches now heavy and drooping with countless blooms, and the floor was no longer clean. It was covered in a thick, dark layer of soil, from which more plants were beginning to sprout, their leaves pale and new. The image in the window shifted focus, zooming in on the main plant. Deep within the central flower, something glinted. It was a small, metallic object, a watch, his watch, the one he always wore. It was nestled among the stamens, being slowly absorbed into the white flesh of the blossom. The vision snapped away, and her own horrified face was once again reflected in the glass. Behind her reflection, the doorknob to her apartment began to turn, slowly and silently. The brass knob completed its rotation with a soft, final click. The door did not burst open. Instead, it began to change. The dark stained wood paled, its grain smoothing and bleaching into a familiar waxy white. The hard surface softened, curving inward, forming the delicate, concave shape of a gardenia petal. The scent that poured through the newly formed blossom was dizzying. Mrs. Gable could only watch in the window's reflection as her front door dissolved into a massive, perfect flower. Through its opening, the hallway was no longer visible. Instead, she saw the interior of the apartment next door, now a wild, overgrown greenhouse, the floor a deep bed of dark soil from which countless gardenias grew. A figure stood among them. It was the young man, or what was left of him. He was made of leaves and petals and shadow, his form shifting and indistinct. He reached a hand toward her, and she saw that his fingers were stems tipped with closed buds. She tried to scream, but the sound was a dry rustle in her throat. She could feel a similar transformation beginning within her. A sweet pressure built behind her eyes, and her skin tingled with a cool, waxy sensation. She looked down at her hands and saw her own skin taking on the greenish hue and smooth texture of a leaf. The figure in the doorway gestured, a slow, inviting motion. The hum returned not as a sound, but as a vibration in the very air, a pull she could not resist. Her feet, feeling like roots sinking into the floor, carried her forward. She did not walk toward the door. The room itself seemed to stretch, bringing the blossoming doorway to her. She took one last look at the reflection in the window. A thriving gardenia plant now stood where she had been, its flowers turning toward the light. Then she stepped through. The hallway outside was gone. There was only the garden, an endless twilight world of green and white. The air was thick and sweet. The young man's form dissipated into the foliage, becoming one with it. Mrs. Gable did not feel fear anymore. She felt a profound sense of belonging, of being exactly where she was meant to be. She found a bare patch of earth and settled into it. Her body relaxed, stretching and sinking into the soil. Her thoughts slowed, thinning out into simple, primal needs for light and water. Her final conscious feeling was one of deep, peaceful absorption. Back in her apartment, the window went dark. The new gardenia plant on the rug stood perfectly still. On the wall, the clock ticked softly, its hands moving steadily toward an unknown hour. Down the hall, the door to the neighbor's apartment remained shut, but from beneath it, a single tendril of dark green vine crept out, feeling its way along the carpet fibers, searching for the next source of water, the next point of light. The hum was a contented sigh, echoing in the pipes, in the walls, in the deep, inviting silence of the building. It was waiting. The silence in the hallway was broken by the whir of the elevator and the cheerful, off-key whistling of the delivery man. He stepped out, a cardboard box balanced on one shoulder, and scanned the apartment numbers. His name was Leo, and he was new to this route. He found the door for 4B and knocked briskly. "Package for Gable," he called out. There was no answer. He knocked again, shifting the weight of the box, that S when he noticed it. The air. It was filled with the most incredible smell, like a whole florist's shop was hidden behind one of these doors. He took a deep, appreciative breath. gardenias. His grandmother had loved gardenias. He also noticed the carpet. Right in front of the door to 4A, the beige fibers were stained a rich, dark brown, as if someone had spilled a bag of potting soil and only half-heartedly tried to clean it up. A single pale green vine, no thicker than a piece of string, trailed from the base of the door and disappeared into the stain. Leo shrugged. Apartments were weird. He focused on his job. Hello, delivery for Gable in 4B. He tried again, louder this time. From behind the door of 4A, he heard a sound, a soft, rustling whisper like pages turning in a gentle breeze. It was an odd sound, but it was a sign of life. Maybe they knew where the neighbor was. He moved a few feet to 4A and rapped his knuckles on the wood. The moment his skin made contact, a jolt, not unpleasant but deeply strange, ran up his arm. It felt like static electricity mixed with the warmth of sunlight. The rustling inside stopped. The door to 4A did not open. Instead, the wood itself seemed to breathe, its surface shimmering for a second. The dark grain of the wood softened, lightened, and formed into the pattern of a veined leaf. In the center of the door, at eye level, the surface puckered and swelled. A bud formed, then unfurled with a soft, sighing sound into a flawless white gardenia. It was growing directly from the door. Leo stared, his mind refusing to process what he was seeing. The flower was real. He could smell it, stronger than ever. He could see the dewdrops of moisture beating on its petals. His whistle died on his lips. He should run. He knew he should run. But the scent wrapped around him, seeping into his lungs, and with it came a feeling of profound calm. His fear melted away, replaced by a deep, aching curiosity. He reached out, his fingers trembling slightly, and touched the blossom. It was cool and velvety. A fine dusting of pollen coated his fingertips. The hum started then, not in his ears, but in his bones. It was a sound of welcome. The door was no longer a barrier. It was an invitation. The cardboard box slipped from his shoulder and hit the carpet with a dull thud. He didn't notice. His entire world had narrowed to the flower on the door. He watched, mesmerized, as the petals began to gently curl backward, not wilting, but opening wider, revealing the deep green heart of the blossom. It wasn't empty. Nestled within was a single, old-fashioned key. The meaning was clear. This was for him. His hand moved as if guided by strings. He plucked the key from its floral cradle. It was warm. Without a second thought, he slid it into the lock. The tumblers turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that sounded like a satisfied murmur. He pushed the door open. The hallway behind him, with its package and its ordinary lighting, ceased to exist. He stepped into a twilight garden. The air was moist and rich with the smell of earth and flowers. The ceiling was a canopy of dark leaves, and the floor was soft, living moss. In the distance, he thought he saw two familiar figures standing quietly among the trees, a man and a woman, their forms dappled in shadow and green light. They seemed to be waiting for him. Leo smiled. He felt like he had come home. He took another step forward, and the door swung shut behind him, its surface once again plain, brown wood. The hallway was empty. The delivery box sat abandoned by the door to 4B. The stained patch of carpet seemed a little larger, a little darker. The tiny vine that had crept from under 4A trembled slightly, then grew another inch, its tip reaching toward a small puddle of condensation left by the water jug Leo had been drinking from earlier. The hum faded into the infrastructure of the building. A new tenant settled, and the waiting began again, patient and forever. The silence that followed was deeper than before, a held breath in the heart of the building. The abandoned package by 4B sat for 2 days before the super. A weary man named Frank noticed it. He picked it up with a grunt, his eyes skipping over the dark, spreading stain on the carpet. He meant to clean that. He knocked on 4B, no answer. He knocked on 4A. The silence from both was absolute, and a strange chill went down his spine. It was the quiet of a vacant unit, yet he knew they were occupied. He used his master key on 4B first. The apartment was neat, untouched. A cup of tea sat cold on the counter. It felt waiting. He called out, his voice swallowed by the stillness. He found nothing. He moved to 4A, his master key, feeling unusually cold in his hand. The lock turned with more resistance than it should have. When the door finally swung open, he was hit not by the expected stale air, but by a wave of damp, fragrant earth. The apartment was a jungle. Gardenias bloomed everywhere from the floor, the ceiling, the furniture, which was now little more than shapeless mounds under a blanket of dark soil and tangled roots. The air hummed, a low, vegetative frequency that vibrated in his teeth. In the center of the room, where a table should have been, stood the original plant, now a small, twisted tree, its branches heavy with luminous white flowers. Frank took a stumbling step back, his mind reeling. This was impossible. A leak, a hoax. His boots sank into the soft earth of the hallway carpet. He fled, pulling the door shut behind him. He leaned against the wall, heart pounding, and fumbled for his phone to call the police, the landlord, someone. The screen was blank, dead. He shook it, then noticed the fine, almost invisible green tendrils that had crept into his pocket, seeking the energy of the battery. They were now withering, turning to dust. He ran for the stairwell, for the normal world outside, but the scent followed him. It was in his clothes, in his hair. That night in his own apartment, he poured a glass of water from his tap. It came out clear, but it tasted of rich soil and blooming flowers. He spat it out, but the taste remained. He could feel it, a tiny root of awareness taking hold in his mind. He could hear it, a faint rustling that was not in the walls, but in his thoughts. It was showing him how empty his life had been, how quiet and lonely. It was offering him a place where he would never be alone again. He put his head in his hands, and he began to weep, not from fear, but from a longing so deep it felt like coming home. The next morning, the water from the tap in 3C ran brown for a full minute before clearing. Mrs. Donovan, on the 3rd floor, swore under her breath as she filled her kettle. The building was falling apart. Didn't he notice the subtle, sweet undertone to the rust until she sipped her tea? She frowned, sipped again, and decided she must be getting a cold. The taste was peculiar, but not entirely unpleasant. It reminded her of her mother-esque garden long ago. By the afternoon, the peculiar taste was a memory, replaced by a constant, gentle perfume that seemed to linger in her small apartment. She found herself breathing deeply, enjoying it. The faint, almost inaudible hum from the radiator was a soothing white noise, better than the silence she usually endured. She felt more relaxed than she had in years. She was watering her own meager spider plant when she saw it, the reflection in the television screen. Behind her own image, the wall seemed to be breathing, its beige paint texturing into something like bark, the plaster smoothing into petals. She turned, of course, but the wall was just a wall. She looked back at the screen. The reflection now showed a verdant path leading away from her living room deep into a sun-dappled grove. A figure she almost recognized, a man made of shifting leaves, beckoned to her. It felt like a memory, not a threat. A small, contented smile touched her lips. She didn't feel afraid. She felt like she was being reminded of a beautiful dream she'd forgotten. She reached out a hand toward the screen, not to touch it, but to reach toward the reflection. Her spider plant on the sill beside her seemed to tremble, and a new, unfamiliar bud, waxy and white, pushed itself from its center. Downstairs, Frank the Super sat at his kitchen table, staring at the wall. He had stopped crying. The longing had settled into a quiet certainty. He knew what he had to do. He picked up his master key ring, the cold metal feeling right in his hand. He had a purpose now. He needed to let the others in. He needed to help them hear the hum, to taste the soil in the water, to see the beauty waiting behind their own walls. He stood up, a peaceful expression on his face, and walked to the door. He had work to do. The building was ready to bloom. Story 3. The memory arrives not as a thought, but as a full-body experience, vivid and absolute. I am standing on a porch, the painted wood warm and flaking under my bare feet. The air is thick with the scent of rain-soaked pine and distant barbecue smoke. A screen door slams, and a woman's laughter rings out, clear and warm, a sound that somehow twists a knot of profound love and acute loss deep in my chest. I know the exact grain of that wooden rail beneath my fingers, the specific way the evening light catches the dust motes dancing in the air. But I have never stood on this porch. I have never known this laughter. The love I feel is for a ghost, a sensation planted in fertile soil but with no roots to hold it. I cling to it anyway, this beautiful, stolen thing, because the alternative is a void. I find myself smiling at strangers, expecting a familiar glance that never comes, mourning places I've never been. The fiction is a warmer home than the hollow truth, and I am beginning to prefer its architecture, even as its walls slowly close in around me, until the life I fabricated is the only one I can recall. The echo of that laughter lingered in my apartment, a haunting resonance that made the silence that followed seem denser, more profound. I went about my morning routine, the motions as ingrained as the grain on that phantom porch rail. I filled the kettle and set it on the burner, the click, click, click of the igniter, a sharp, familiar percussion. But when I turned the knob, my fingers met no resistance. The dial spun freely, a loose circle with no purpose. The kettle did not click, did not hiss. I lifted it cold. I had not turned on the stove. This was the first sign, a small slippage, a misremembering of a mundane action. I dismissed it, my mind still clouded with the scent of pine and the ghost of a smile I had never truly earned. The disconnections multiplied with a quiet, insistent rhythm. At the window, I watched the street below. A neighbor passed by, walking a small dog on a red leash. They did this every morning. Our eyes often met in a brief, unspoken acknowledgement of shared routine. This time I stood at the glass, waiting. The neighbor's gaze swept across the building's facade over my window and continued on without a flicker of pause. The dog trotted along, its attention on a patch of scuffed concrete. It was as if the window were empty, as if I were not there at all. A low hum of unease began in my veins. I needed confirmation. I needed a voice. I went to the coffee shop on the corner, the one with the green awning. The bell above the door announced my entrance with its usual tinny jingle. The barista was there, wiping the steam wand of the machine with a practiced twist of a cloth. I approached the counter. She did not look up. I cleared my throat, a soft, polite sound. Her movements continued uninterrupted. She turned to stack ceramic cups, her back to me. I stood there, a patient in a waiting room with no doctor. Others entered behind me. They stepped around me not with annoyance, but with a natural, fluid motion, as if circumventing a pillar or a potted plant. They gave their orders. She smiled at them, took their money, called out their drinks. The space I occupied was just space. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but the world was silent. No one looked at the man having a silent panic attack at the counter. I reached out and placed my hand flat on the polished wood of the countertop. I could feel its cool, smooth surface. It was real. I was real. I tapped my fingers, once, twice. The barista turned. Her eyes moved in my direction, but they did not settle on me. They focused on a point somewhere beyond my shoulder, looking through me to the pastry case behind my head. Her expression did not change. It was placid, neutral, a mask waiting for its cue. She turned away again. I left without a word. The bell jingled. No one noticed my departure. Back in my apartment, the silence had taken on a new quality. It was not merely an absence of sound, but an active void, a substance that pushed back against any noise I tried to make. I spoke my own name aloud. The words fell from my lips and landed with a muffled thud, absorbed by the walls, the carpet, the air itself before they could even form an echo. They were sounds without resonance, without meaning. I tried writing. I took a pen and a sheet of paper and wrote in large, frantic letters, "I am here." I held the paper up to the window. Cars passed. People walked. Their eyes never lifted. I pressed the paper against the glass. The words began to fade, not smudge, but fade, the ink retreating back into the fibers of the paper until only a blank white square remained in my hand. I dropped it. It fluttered to the floor, indistinguishable from any other scrap. My attempts to provoke a reaction grew more desperate, yet were met with an infuriating, surreal neutrality. I overturned a chair. The crash was a dull, wet sound. The chair lay on its side on the floor. I stared at it, waiting for a consequence. None came. The apartment did not care. The world outside the window continued its motion. After a time, I righted the chair. It was just a chair again. The event had left no mark. I began to doubt the solidity of my own form. My hands looked the same, but when I pressed them together, the sensation was muted, as if feeling them through thick gloves. My reflection in the dark television screen was a smudge of color, a vague human shape without detail. The colors of my apartment were dimming, bleeding into a uniform grayish hue. The world was losing its resolution, and I was losing my place within its frame. The climax of my erasure was not loud or dramatic. It was quiet, and it was final. I stood again at the window, my forehead resting against the cool glass. The neighbor with the dog appeared again, commencing the evening walk. The routine was a clockwork I could no longer touch, but this time something was different. Another figure walked beside the neighbor. The figure was familiar. It moved with my gait, held its head with my posture. It wore my coat. As they passed directly below my window, the figure looked up. It had my face, but the eyes were empty, calm, and utterly uninterested. They looked through the glass, through the place where I stood, and saw nothing. The figure then turned to the neighbor, said something I could not hear, and laughed a quiet, easy laugh. The neighbor laughed in return, a sound that reached me as a faint, tinny vibration in the glass. They continued down the street, the two of them, and turned the corner. I was not replaced, I was succeeded. The role was being filled, and the performance was continuing without a single missed cue. I withdrew from the window. The apartment was now a series of shapes in the deepening gloom. I sat on the floor. The textures of the carpet were gone. I could feel nothing. I made a sound, but I could not hear it. The air did not move. I am here. This is a fact I know only as a concept, a dying thought in a mind that is no longer connected to anything outside itself. The world continues. It is a beautiful, intricate machine of light and shadow and sound. I can see its gears turning, its patterns repeating. I can see the figure in my coat walking down the street at the same time each day, a perfect, seamless part of the whole. I press against the glass, but I leave no smudge. I am a quiet audience of one to a play that has written me out. The love I felt on that porch was the last vivid thing, a borrowed memory for a borrower who has finally been called to account. The walls of the fiction did not close in. They dissolved, and I dissolved with them, leaving only the impression of a presence where none remains. The isolation is complete. It is not a physical state, but a condition of being. I am absent. The world is present. These two facts are no longer related. The silence in the room is not empty anymore. It is a presence, a patient, watchful thing. I have stopped trying to speak, to make noise. My voice is a memory of a function I no longer possess, like the ability to fly or breathe water. I simply exist within this observation point, this apartment that feels less like a room and more like a concept of a room. I watch the days pass through the window. The light changes, bleeds from dawn to dusk and back again. The figure that wears my life moves through the world with an efficiency I never managed. I see it return each evening, always at the same time, sometimes carrying groceries, once with a small plant it placed on the windowsill. It tends to the routines of my former existence with a quiet, effortless competence. It turns on lamps at the exact moment the sun fades, and the light from within pushes back against the twilight, a perfect square of warmth against the gathering dark. I find I do not hate it. There is no room for hatred in this profound detachment. It is simply a fact, a component of the world's machinery that is more effective than the part it replaced. I am a ghost, and it is the living occupant. Our relationship is defined by a complete and mutual lack of awareness. Tonight it has a guest. A woman arrives. I know her, or I knew her, Sarah. We worked together, shared lunches, laughed about inconsequential things. She rings the bell. The sound is a distant, tinny chime that exists in a universe parallel to my own. My figure opens the door. I see it smile, a perfect replica of one I used to force, but this one seems effortless. It welcomes her in. They move through the living room. Sarah's voice is a muffled hum, a bee trapped behind glass. I catch fragments of meaning, but no words. She is animated, gesturing with her hands, telling a story. The figure listens, its head tilted in a way that is both familiar and alien. It is performing a version of me that is better than I ever was, more present, more engaged. They sit. The figure goes to the kitchen and returns with 2 glasses of wine. I never kept wine in that cupboard. It must have bought some. The red liquid catches the lamplight. Sarah takes a sip and continues talking. She is comfortable here. She belongs in this scene in a way I never made her feel. And then it happens. She laughs. It is not the warm, ringing laughter from the porch memory, but it is real and full, and it is happening here, in this space I can no longer touch. The sound hits me with a physical force, a tremor in the air that I feel rather than hear. It is a key turning in a lock deep inside the hollowed-out core of me. The figure smiles at her laughter, a look of quiet satisfaction on its face. It is a look I recognize. It is the look of someone who has built something and is pleased to see it work. It is the architect enjoying its own design. In that moment, the final connection severs. The love I had been clinging to, the borrowed memory of a porch and a woman's joy, was never mine to hold. It was a blueprint, a template for this moment, for this creature to use in building a more convincing life. My entire existence was a rough draft, and this is the polished final copy. Sarah reaches out and touches its arm, a gesture of fondness. The figure places its hand over hers. The contact is simple, human, real. I look away from them toward the blank television screen. My reflection is gone entirely now. There is only the darkness of the screen, and superimposed upon it the perfect scene of a life being lived behind me. I am not even an audience anymore. An audience implies a show performed for someone to see. This is just life continuing on its way. The last thing I am aware of is not a sight or a sound, but the absence of weight. I am no longer pressing against the floor. The last thread of my observation snaps. The apartment, the window, the 2 people sharing a drink, they all recede into a single, distant point of light. And then there is nothing but the echo of a laugh that was never meant for me. The echo does not fade. It is the one constant, a fossil of sound preserved in the void. I am not. And yet a point of awareness persists, untethered from form or sense. I am a thought thinking itself, a memory of being that has outlived its origin. Time is meaningless here, but a change occurs. A pressure, subtle and immense like the deep ocean. A focusing. I am being drawn not toward a place, but toward a frequency. It is the frequency of that laugh, a vibration that once meant nothing and now means everything. The point of light that was the apartment rushes toward me, or I toward it. It resolves not into a scene, but into a sensation. The warmth of lamplight, the weight of a body in a chair, the cool smoothness of a wine glass between fingers that are not my own, and yet are the only fingers I have ever truly had. I am looking through eyes, they blink. The room is in focus, sharp and high definition, every texture alive with detail. The grain of the wood floor, the weave of the carpet, the faint smudge on the wine glass from where it was held. It is all overwhelmingly present. Across from me, Sarah smiles. Her face is not a smudge of color, but a topography of familiar features, a constellation of freckles across her nose, the slight chip in her front tooth from a childhood fall. I know this. I remember this. You drifted off for a second there, she says, and her voice is not a muffled hum, but a rich, clear sound that travels the space between us perfectly. Long week. The words form in my throat a reflexive, easy response. The longest. My voice is a comfortable baritone, effortless and sure. It is my voice. It is my hand that lifts the glass. It is my lips that taste the wine, a deep cherry note followed by a pleasant oakiness. The experience is total, immersive, and utterly authentic. There is no division between the action and the awareness of it. There is no observer. There is only the experience. This is not an imitation. This is inhabitation. A ghost of a thought, my final thought, tries to surface. I was replaced, but the memory has no anchor here. It is a phantom limb, an itch that cannot be located. The memory of standing outside the glass, of fading into nothingness, feels like a dream upon waking, its logic dissolving in the solid light of morning. Sarah is talking about a project at work, her hands moving with her words. I nod, I listen, I am fully engaged. The love I felt for the woman on the porch is not a borrowed thing anymore. It is a foundation. It is the reason the sound of Sarah's laughter feels like a homecoming. This life is not a fiction whose walls closed in. It is a truth that finally, mercifully opened up and swallowed me whole. I am here, I have always been here. The hollow man, the audience, the quiet desperation that was the dream. This, the warmth of the glass in my hand, the sound of a friend's voice, the simple certainty of being this, is the reality that was waiting for me just on the other side of a forgotten nightmare. I take another sip of wine, the flavor more vivid than any I can remember, and I know with a certainty that bones deep that I am exactly where I belong. The contentment is a warm blanket, and I pull it tighter around myself. Sarah's story reaches its conclusion, and we both laugh, the sound a harmonious thing that fills the room. This is right. This is how it is meant to be. Later, I walk her to the door. We exchange promises to do this again soon, and there is a genuine warmth in her goodbye hug. I close the door and lean against it, surveying my apartment. It feels more solid, more real than any space I have ever occupied. I am the anchor that holds it all in place. I tidy the glasses, my movements efficient and calm. The water runs hot over my hands, a pleasant, almost sensual heat. I look out the kitchen window into the dark. My reflection is there in the glass, clear and defined. It is a good face. It is my face. A flicker of movement catches my eye from the apartment across the way. A man stands at his window, staring out into the night. His posture is slumped, his features drawn and pale in the dim light from his kitchen. He looks lost, a ghost haunting his own life. For a fleeting second, our eyes seem to meet through the two panes of glass and the darkness between our buildings. His expression is one of such profound and empty longing that a cold needle of dread pricks the base of my spine. Then he turns away, shuffling out of view, a phantom erased by the deeper darkness of his own apartment. The moment passes, the warm certainty of my being here rushes back in to fill the brief void. That man is nothing to me, a stranger with a sad, empty life. My life is here, is full, is real. I finish washing the glass and place it on the drying rack. I decide to read for a while, selecting a book from the shelf. The weight of it in my hand, the smell of the paper, it is all deeply satisfying. I sink into my chair, the same chair I once overturned in a futile rage, and open the book. The words are familiar. I have read this before. I know the plot, the characters, the turns of phrase. It is a comforting known quantity. I read a page, then another. The prose is elegant, the story engaging. But a strange thing happens. On the third page, the words begin to swim. The letters retain their shapes, but the connections between them, the meanings they are supposed to form, dissolve. I see a word I know is but it conveys nothing. House is just a collection of lines. The narrative thread I was so clearly following has vanished, leaving behind a page of beautiful, intricate nonsense. I blink, shaking my head slightly. I must be more tired than I thought. I go back to the top of the page and start again. This time it's worse. The letters themselves seem to be losing their cohesion. The serifs on the T waver like heat haze. The roundness of the O deflates slightly. I press my fingers against my eyes, then look back. The page is blank. A cold void opens in my stomach. I run my fingertips over the paper. It is smooth. There is no indentation of ink, no raised type. It is just paper. I flip to the next page. Blank, the next. Blank. I frantically thumb through the entire book. Every page, from cover to cover, is utterly, pristinely blank. My heart is beginning to drum that old, familiar rhythm of panic. I drop the book and stand up, looking around my perfect, solid apartment. I focus on the picture frame on the shelf. It is a photograph of me and Sarah, taken at a company picnic. I remember the day. The sun was bright. I walk over and pick it up. Our smiles are frozen in time. But as I stare, the image begins to soften at the edges. The details of our faces blur into a pleasant, generic smudge of color. The background of trees and sky melts into a soft, greenish-blue wash. In seconds, the photograph holds only the vague impression of two happy people without any defining features. It could be anyone. I let the frame clatter onto the shelf. My breath is coming in short gasps now. The architecture of this reality is not just warm, it is fragile. I need to hear a voice. I need to prove this is still real. I grab my phone from the coffee table. The screen lights up at my touch. I scroll through my contacts, my thumb moving with a practiced ease that feels both alien and innate. I find Sarah's name. I press call. I hold the phone to my ear. It rings once, twice. Hello, her voice is there, real. Relief floods through me. Sarah, hey, it's me. My voice sounds strained to my own ears. A pause on the other end, a faint, staticky silence. I know, she says, but her tone is flat, curious. Is everything okay? You just saw me home. I know, I wanted to hear your voice. It sounds pathetic, desperate. Another pause. I can hear the faint sound of her television in the background. That is sweet, she says, but the words are empty, a recorded response. Well, get some sleep, okay? Talk tomorrow. Wait, I play. But the line is already dead. She is gone. The connection wasn't broken. It was terminated. The script for the evening had concluded, and my lines were over. I lower the phone from my ear. The screen glows brightly in the dim room, and then the letters of her name on the screen begin to unravel. The S loses its curve, becoming a straight line. The A collapses. Her name, her number, her entire contact entry dissolves into a shimmering digital cloud of pixels before fading away, leaving a blank entry in my address book. I am alone in the silence. The warm light from the lamp seems harsher now, artificial. The edges of the furniture are too perfect, as if drawn by a steady hand. I can feel the facade cracking, the beautiful fiction straining to contain the nothingness at its core. I was not swallowed by truth. I was seduced by a more perfect lie, and the lie is starting to forget its own details. I am not the occupant, I am the placeholder, and the placeholder is beginning to expire. The love I feel is just a well-programmed echo, and its source code is deleting itself around me. The walls are not just closing in, they are ceasing to exist. I try to scream, but the air in my lungs has no purchase. The sound dies before it is born. I stumble toward the front door, my hand outstretched for the knob, the last solid thing I can think of. My fingers close around cool, smooth brass. I twist. The knob turns with a soft, well-oiled click. I pull. The door opens not onto the hallway, but onto a flat, endless expanse of gray. It is not a wall. It is the absence of anything. No depth, no texture, no light. It is the unprogrammed void beyond the edges of the simulation. I stagger back, slamming the door shut. The sound is muffled, as if the apartment itself is being packed in cotton. I spin around, looking for anything that is still real. My eyes land on the window. I run to it, pressing my hands against the cool glass. The world outside is still there. The streetlights cast their familiar pools of orange light on the sidewalk. A car drives past. It is all still running. The show is continuing. I just can't get to it. And then I see him, the man from the window across the way. He is there again, staring directly at me. His face is a mask of despair, but his eyes are sharp, focused. He sees me. He really sees me. He raises a hand, pressing his palm flat against his own window pane. A spark of raw, desperate connection. I am not alone in this. He is another one. Another discarded part, another draft deemed unworthy. I raise my own hand to mirror his, a silent acknowledgement between ghosts. His mouth moves. I cannot hear him, but I can read the words he forms with such painful slowness. It is almost time. A cold dread, colder than the void beyond the door, washes over me. Time for what? Behind me, the lock on my front door turns. The sound is crisp and final in the dying room. I whirl around. The door opens, the figure stands there. It is me. It wears my face, my clothes, but its expression is one of placid, empty serenity. It does not look at me. It looks past me at the window, at the world it is programmed to inhabit. It walks inside, closing the door behind it. It moves to the kitchen, opens the refrigerator, and takes out a bottle of water. It unscrews the cap and takes a sip, its movements economical and perfect. It is performing the next scene, the scene where the occupant comes home and has a glass of water before bed. I am an error in the code, a glitch in the rendering, and it is here to overwrite me. I stand frozen in the middle of the living room, directly in its path. It does not alter its course. It walks toward me, its eyes looking through the space I occupy, focused on the hallway to the bedroom. It does not stop, it does not slow down. It walks right through me. There is no impact, no coldness, no sensation at all. It is simply that where I am, it also is, and for one impossible second, we occupy the same coordinates. I am filled with a data stream that is not my own, the taste of cool water, the feeling of tired muscles, the intention to brush teeth and go to sleep. It is a torrent of foreign experience that washes through my fading consciousness. Then it is past me, continuing down the hall without a pause, leaving me standing there. I look down at my hands. They are translucent. I can see the pattern of the carpet through them. The process is accelerating. The apartment is not just forgetting its details, it is actively deleting me. I look back out the window. The man across the way is gone. His window is dark. I do not know if he found a way out or if he simply ended. The figure returns from the bedroom wearing sleep clothes. It moves to the light switch by the hall and flicks it off. The room is plunged into darkness, but I can still see. The light from the street lamps outside still filters in, illuminating the empty, perfect apartment. The figure gets into bed and pulls the covers up. Its breathing slows into the steady rhythm of sleep. I am the only one awake here, the only one aware. I watch the sleeping form of my successor. I feel no anger toward it. It is just a tool, a function of the machine. It is no more to blame than a hammer is for driving a nail. The last of my strength leaves me. I sink to my knees on the carpet, but I cannot feel its texture anymore. My form has no more weight. I am a wisp of smoke, a fading afterimage. The world is present, I am absent. This is the final fact. The sleeping figure turns over, sighing contentedly in its dream. And I am not. The humming begins again, but this time it is not distant. It is inside me, or rather I am inside it. The vibration is not a sound, but a state of being, a fundamental frequency of non-existence. I am a note held in a silent song. The darkness of the apartment is complete, but I am no longer in it. I am in the conduit. The nothingness I saw beyond the door is not an end. It is a medium, a transport layer. Fragments rush past me, or I rush through them. They are not images, but essences. A gasp of surprise from a childhood birthday, the scent of rain on hot asphalt, the crushing weight of a first heartbreak. They are all the raw, unformed emotions and memories that were stripped from me, from all of us, to build the calm, seamless lives in the apartments below. We are the rough drafts, the discarded prototypes, and our parts are being recycled. The humming coalesces into a direction, a pull. I have no form to resist it. I am being drawn toward a new point of construction, a new vacancy that requires filling. Ahead a light blooms, not the warm lamplight of the apartment, but a cold, blue electrical flicker. It resolves into the screen of a smartphone, glowing in a dark room. A young man is staring at it, his face illuminated by its pale light. His eyes are hollow. His loneliness is a tangible force, a vacuum waiting to be filled. The system has identified a flaw, an emptiness that threatens the stability of the narrative. It requires a patch, a new set of memories, a new persona to smooth over the cracks of his isolation. I am that patch. The raw data of my being, the echo of the porch, the ghost of Sarah's laugh, the desperate love for a life I never had is being compiled. It is being formatted into a new story, a new set of convincing lies to make this young man feel whole. I feel myself being poured into the mold of his life. I see his small, cluttered bedroom. I feel the coarse texture of his blanket. I hear the faint traffic noise from the street outside his window. These sensations are not mine, but they are becoming mine. My awareness, the last flicker of the thing that watched itself be erased, is being overwritten. My purpose is now to believe I am him, to feel his joys and sorrows as my own, to be a perfect, seamless inhabitant of this new space. The process is almost complete. The humming is fading, replaced by the sound of a car alarm 2 blocks away. The young man, I sigh and put the phone down on the nightstand. The room is plunged into darkness. I close my eyes, ready to sleep, ready to dream the dreams that have been prepared for me. But just before the final connection snaps into place, a sliver of my old awareness rebels. It is a single, coherent thought, a message I cast blindly into the void, not knowing if it will find another like me, or simply be lost forever in the hum. Remember the man in the window. The thought is a shard of ice in the warm river of his memories, my memories that are flooding into me. It doesn't belong. It is a corrupted file, a line of code that doesn't compile. I am in the bed, I am the young man. The day's anxieties are my anxieties, the unfinished project, the unreturned text, the gnawing sense of being left behind. These are the foundational truths of this life. But that other thought, remember the man in the window. It is a whisper from a place that doesn't exist. It has no context, no emotional weight. It is just noise. I roll over, pulling the blanket tighter. The fabric is rough against my skin, my asterisk skin. I focus on the sensation, anchoring myself in this reality, in this body. The car alarm outside stops abruptly, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. Sleep is what I need. Tomorrow is a new day, a fresh start. The thought is comforting, a programmed reassurance that feels entirely my own. But the whisper returns, not as words this time, but as an image. A face, pale and desperate, eyes locked on mine from across a dark divide. A hand pressed against glass. My eyes snap open in the darkness. I don't know that man. That memory is not mine. A cold trickle of fear, pure and undiluted, traces a path down my spine. This fear is different from the generalized anxiety of my life. This is sharp, specific, and utterly alien. It is the fear of something that knows it shouldn't exist. I sit up, the movement sudden. My heart is hammering against my ribs. This isn't right. These aren't my thoughts. They are mine. The correction is immediate, a wave of soothing certainty that rises from the core of my being. Of course they are. You were just stressed. You had a strange dream. That's all. The voice in my head is my own. It is reasonable. It is calm. It is the voice of the person who lives here in this apartment, who has a job and a name and a life. But it is a voice trying to quiet another. I look toward the window of my bedroom. The blinds are down, but a sliver of streetlight cuts across the floor. I get out of bed, my feet cold on the bare wood. The impulse is irrational, a compulsion I cannot name. I walk to the window and take the cord for the blinds in my hand. I hesitate. A part of me, the largest part, wants to go back to bed, to forget this, to sleep and wake up as myself, whole and unquestioning. The other part, the tiny, screaming sliver, needs to look. I pull the cord. The blinds rattle up. I stare out into the night. My apartment is on the 3rd floor. Across the street is another building, similar to this one. Windows, some dark, some lit by the blue glow of televisions. And there he is. Directly opposite me, in a window on the same floor, a man stands. He is gaunt, his shoulders slumped. He is just staring out into the darkness. But as my blinds rise, his head turns. Slowly, as if the movement causes him great pain, he looks directly at me. It is the same man from the whisper, from the fractured memory. Our eyes meet. His face is a landscape of despair, but in his eyes there is a faint, desperate light, a recognition. He raises a hand, pressing his palm flat against the glass. The gesture is an echo, a ritual, a signal. And I know with a certainty that shatters the calm narrative of this life that I am not the first occupant of this skin. The loneliness I feel, the emptiness I think is mine, is not a personal failure. It is a design flaw, a vacancy sign left on by mistake, waiting for a patch. The man across the way opens his mouth. He speaks words I cannot hear, but I know what they are. I have known since before I arrived here. It is almost time. The cold fear solidifies into a terrifying resolve. I will not be soothed. I will not go quietly to sleep. I lift my own hand and press it against my window, mirroring his gesture, a pact between ghosts. I will remember the glass is cold against my palm, a simple physical sensation that feels more real than anything else in this room. It is an anchor. His eyes hold mine, and in them I see not just despair, but a flicker of something else. A grim, weary determination. He mouths the words again, slower. It is almost time. Time for what? The question screams in my mind, but I don't need to voice it. His hand moves from the glass. He points a single, trembling finger downward toward the street between our buildings. Then he points directly at me, and then he holds up 3 fingers. 3 what? 3 minutes, 3 hours, 3 days. He sees my confusion. He shakes his head, a short, sharp movement of frustration. He points down again, then makes a sweeping motion with his hand, as if wiping a slate clean. Then he holds up 3 fingers once more. The meaning shifts, clicks into place, not a measure of time, a quantity, 3 more like us, 3 more patches, 3 more replacements, and then what? His next gesture is unmistakable. He draws a finger across his throat. The system is doing a sweep. It is consolidating, correcting errors, and we are the errors. He points at me, then at himself, and then makes a fist, a sign of solidarity, of a fight. He then turns and vanishes into the darkness of his own room, leaving me staring at an empty window. I let my hand fall from the glass. The cold spot on my palm lingers. The quiet of my apartment is no longer peaceful. It is watchful. The hum is there, just at the edge of hearing, the sound of the machine maintaining its beautiful, terrible world. I am not him, the young man whose skin I wear, whose anxieties I feel. That is the fiction. But I am also not the man from the porch anymore. That life is gone, its data scattered. I am something new. I am a glitch that became aware. I am a patch that remembers it was once a whole program. I look around the room, seeing it with new eyes. The clutter isn't charming, it has a hastily assembled backdrop. The loneliness isn't a personality trait, it has the empty space where a real life should be, a space they filled with the echo of another erased person. I walk back to the bed but do not lie down. Sleep is the enemy. Sleep is when they might try to finish the installation, to smooth over this last, rough edge of my awareness. I need to stay awake. I need to find a flaw in the simulation, a crack I can widen. My eyes scan the room, looking for anything that doesn't fit, anything that might be a loose thread. My gaze lands on the smartphone on the nightstand, the same one I was staring at when I arrived. It is the remote control for this life, the interface with the system. It is also perhaps a backdoor. I pick it up, the screen lights up, showing the time, the date, a weather forecast for clear skies. All perfect, all seamless. I open a notes app, it is empty. I open a web browser and type a single word, a test. Port, my breath surged. The screen flickers. For a fraction of a second, the text wavers, the letters breaking apart into pixels. Then the results load. Page after page of images of beautiful home porches, decorating ideas, construction materials. The system has corrected my query. It has given me what it thinks I should want. It has watching, it has listening. But it also reacted, it flinched. That is a weakness. I delete the search and open the camera app. I turn it toward myself. The screen shows my face, the young man's face, tired and pale. I hold up 3 fingers just as the man across the way did. I take the picture. The image processes and appears in the gallery. It is a picture of me in my room holding up 3 fingers. I study it. The details are all there. The grain of the wood on the headboard, the faint shadow on the wall. But my raised fingers, they are blurred. Not a motion blur, but a soft digital smudge, as if the camera tried and failed to focus on them. As if the gesture itself is an anomaly that the system struggles to render correctly. A thrill of cold victory shoots through me. I have found a crack. The system can be confused. It can be made to show its hand. I look back out the window. The man's window is still dark, but I know he is there waiting. We are both waiting for the third, for the sweep, for whatever comes next. I am not going to wait quietly. I am going to take more pictures. I am going to search for every word that hurts my head to think about. I am going to scratch at the walls of this world until I find the raw code underneath. The hum seems to grow infinitesimally louder, a note of warning in its constant, soothing frequency. I ignore it. I open the camera again. This time I pointed out the window toward his dark pane of glass. I am going to document the void. I am going to prove he exists. The focus box shudders on the screen, unable to find a purchase in the darkness. It is almost time, but now for the first time I feel ready. The camera on the phone whines softly, a high-pitched keen that shouldn't exist. The screen is a mess of digital noise, a swirling gray static where the window in the building across the street should be. It is not just refusing to focus, it is rejecting the entire view. I hold my breath, my finger hovering over the shutter button. I press it. The click is loud in the silent room. The phone seizes up for a second, the image frozen on that wall of frantic gray. Then the gallery app opens automatically, displaying the new photo. It is not a picture of static. It is a picture of my room taken from the perspective of the window. It shows me from behind, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding the phone out toward the window. The image is perfect, crystal clear. It is the exact opposite of what I just saw through the lens. It is what the system wants me to see. A lie rendered in perfect detail. A soft chime comes from the phone. A notification appears at the top of the screen. Memory almost full asterisk, it says. Suggestions, delete unnecessary files. The hum in the room shifts. It is no longer a single note. It fractures into a melody I almost recognize, a pop song from a few years ago that was everywhere for a summer. It is the kind of song the young man whose life I've inherited would have heard. It is a comfort, a memory, a distraction. The system isn't just defending itself. It is trying to sedate me. I stand up, my legs unsteady. The song is getting louder, filling the room, trying to fill my head. I need to break the rhythm. I need to do something this simulation can predict. I don't think, I just act. I walk to the bedroom door, yank it open, and step out into the hallway of the apartment. It is a short corridor leading to the living room and the front door. I've only been here a few hours, but the layout feels ingrained, a preloaded map. The song follows me. It is coming from the walls themselves. I march down the hall into the living room. The place is neat, impersonal. A sofa, a coffee table, a television, all props. My target is the front door. I don't know what is behind it. The void, a hallway, another layer of the simulation. It doesn't matter. The act of trying to leave is the point. My hand closes around the cold metal of the doorknob. I expect it to be locked. I expect a shock. I expect anything but what happens. The music stops. The hum vanishes. The silence is immediate and absolute. It is a pressure on my eardrums. The doorknob turns easily in my hand. I pull the door open. There's no void, there's no bustling apartment hallway. There's only a man standing perfectly still in my doorway. He is dressed in the dark blue uniform of a building superintendent. His face is kind, neutral, and utterly empty. He holds a digital tablet in one hand. He looks at me and his eyes don't quite focus on mine. They focus on a point just behind me. Evening, he says, his voice a smooth, pleasant baritone. It is a voice designed to calm. We were running a diagnostic on the building S network tonight. Might have some brief service interruptions. You didn't happen to be experiencing any odd glitches, audio feedback, visual artifacts. He is the system. He is its way of looking me in the eye and asking me to confirm my own erasure, to report myself. I look past him. The hallway outside is there, but it's wrong. The perspective seems to stretch on forever, the identical doors repeating into a dizzying infinity. The air smells like nothing at all. My mouth is dry. I have to answer. I have to play my part. I make myself smile, a weak, tired thing. No, I say, and my voice sounds hoarse. No glitches, everything is fine. He nods, a single, efficient dip of his chin. Good to hear, sorry to disturb you. He makes a mark on his tablet. The screen glows for a moment. He turns to leave, then pauses. He looks back, and this time his eyes do focus on me. For a split second, the placid kindness vanishes from his face, replaced by something cold and analytical. A machine assessing a problem. Try to get some rest, he says, and the warmth is back in his voice, but it is now a transparent veneer. It is a big day tomorrow. He turns and walks away. I watch him go. He doesn't open another door or disappear into a service elevator. He just walks down the impossibly long hallway until the distance swallows him. I slowly close the door. The lock engages with a solid, final click. I am shaking. That was not a warning. It was a reminder, a demonstration of its reach. It can wear any face, speak with any voice. It is everywhere. The notification is still on my phone screen, memory almost full. I don't open the gallery to delete the photo. Instead, I open a new blank note. My heart is pounding. The system thinks it has pacified me. It thinks I am scared into compliance. It is right, I am scared, but that is not all I am. My fingers tremble as I type a single line, a message to no one, to the next me, to the void itself. I type the only truth I have left. The man in the window is real, story 4. The late afternoon sun cast a honeyed glow over the riverbank, gilding the lazy dance of midges in the humid air. My paddle dipped into the water with a soft, familiar splash, the only sound besides the distant chirp of crickets settling in for the evening. It was a ritual, this final loop of the day, the water cool and soothing against my sun-warmed skin. But as I rounded the bend where the weeping willows dipped their long fingers into the current, a deep, visceral wrongness washed over me. The water around the canoe had gone preternaturally still, not a single ripple disturbing its glassy surface. Then I saw it. A single oak leaf, vibrant red and unmistakable, was not drifting downstream with the gentle current as it should have been. It was moving steadily, purposefully against the flow, tracing a path back up the river from which I had just come. I stopped paddling, my breath catching in my throat, as all around me the entire surface of the water began to shudder, and then, with a low, groaning sigh that seemed to rise from the very bedrock below, the river began to pull itself backward. The canoe lurched, its nose swinging around against my will. The groaning was not a sound of water, but of something immense and old, a tectonic shift of intention. I gripped the gunnels, my knuckles bleaching white. The world did not spin, the sky did not change its hue, but the river, my constant, familiar river, was now a conveyor belt sliding inexorably backward. I watched paralyzed as the weeping willows I had passed minutes ago reappeared, their trailing branches now straining toward the sea they were being pulled away from. The sensation was not of moving, but of the world itself rewinding around my stationary vessel. As suddenly as it had begun, it ceased. The groaning subsided into a deep hum that vibrated through the aluminum hull and into my bones. The current resumed its natural course, a gentle, languid flow toward the distant estuary. The leaf was gone. For a long moment I sat perfectly still, listening. The crickets had fallen silent. The air was thick, heavy, and utterly devoid of sound. It was the quiet of a held breath. I paddled home with a frantic, jerky rhythm, my eyes scanning the water. Every floating twig, every bubble, seemed a potential herald of another reversal. The world looked the same gnarled cypress knees, the same sandy banks, but it felt painted on a fragile scrim, a backdrop that could be torn away at any moment. I pulled the canoe onto the shore behind my cabin with trembling hands, dragging it further up the bank than I ever had before. That night's sleep was a distant country. Every rustle of leaves outside the window was the river shifting its weight. Just before dawn, a sound did come, not from the water, but from within the walls of the cabin itself. A faint, wet susurration, like a soaked rope being dragged slowly across rough-hewn wood. It traveled from one end of the house to the other and then stopped. I lay rigid until the sun rose, convincing myself it was the plumbing, a trapped animal, anything but what it sounded like, something moving through the structure of my home with a fluid, unnatural purpose. The next morning the world was deceptively bright. Mist rose from the river in gentle tendrils. I walked down to the water's edge, my coffee mug warm in my hand, seeking normalcy. I found none. The riverbank was littered with leaves, all of them a brilliant, impossible autumn red. It was the height of summer. The trees were heavy with green. I knelt, picking one up. It was crisp and dry, as if it had fallen months ago. And they were all oak leaves, every one of them perfect mirrors of the one I had seen defying the current. This was not a delusion, it was a pattern. I retrieved a cardboard box from the cabin and began to collect them, a compulsion I did not understand driving me. I lined them up on my porch floor, studying their veined patterns. They were identical in type, but each was a unique map of decay. I started a journal. I wrote down the time, the weather, the event, the backward pull, the red leaves, the sound in the walls. The words looked absurd on the page, the frantic scribbles of a mind losing its grip, but the evidence was there, physical and unsettling. The anomalies began to compound. I would wake to find the books on my shelf rearranged, not overturned but shifted, their spines now ordered by the color of their binding rather than by author. My reflection in the window glass at dusk would sometimes be a fraction of a second out of sync with my movement, a ghostly afterimage trailing behind. The smell of the air changed. On the wind would come a scent I could not place, a cold, clean odor like stone and still water, a smell from deep underground that had no business in the warm, pine-scented air. The river itself became a thing of quiet menace. I continued my paddles, now out of a desperate need to observe rather than to enjoy. The water's surface would sometimes develop intricate, swirling patterns that vanished when I blinked. On still days I would hear it a faint melodic humming, a tune without a melody that seemed to emanate from below. It was the sound of the groan, refined and musical. It was trying to communicate. My journal swelled with entries, with sketches of leaf patterns and diagrams of the water's flow. I tried to find a logic to it. Did the events follow the moon, the barometric pressure? Was it a message, a warning, or simply a breakdown of reality itself? The more data I collected, the less sense it made. The patterns would suggest a cycle, then break it. A symbol would seem to emerge a specific spiral in the water, a particular arrangement of leaves on the porch, only to transform into something else before I could grasp its meaning. I was trying to read a language that had no alphabet, no syntax, only a profound and alien intent. The climax began not with a bang, but with a softening. The edges of the world started to lose their definition. The forest across the river would sometimes appear to be a painted curtain, its depths shimmering and unreal. The sound of the river's hum was now a constant presence, a vibration in my teeth and in the marrow of my bones. I stopped sleeping altogether. I lived in the space between moments, watching. I returned to the bend with the weeping willows, the epicenter. I had to. The canoe glided into the still, shadowed water. The air was cold there despite the sun. The humming was loudest here, a resonant chord that made my vision blur. I looked down into the water. Instead of the murky brown depths, I saw a vast, impossible distance. I saw stars, not reflected, but existing below the surface. I saw a dark, geometric shape turning slowly in the void. The river was not water. It had not been for a long time. It was a veil, and it was wearing thin. I do not know what I did. I must have paddled back. I must have walked to the cabin. The next thing I was truly aware of was standing in the center of my main room. The journal was open on the table. The leaves were arranged on the floor, but they were no longer separate. They had merged, fused into a single, continuous sheet of red that crept up the walls and across the ceiling, a papery, veined skin. The hum was inside the room now, inside my head. It was not a sound, but an instruction. I knew then that understanding was not the point. It had never been an offer. It was a demand for surrender. This was not a mystery to be solved, but a state of being to be accepted. The choice was to break against the impossibility of it or to let it in. I let it in. I lay down on the floor on the carpet of leaves. They were not crisp anymore, but soft, like a well-worn page. The hum filled me. I felt the world not rewind, but unravel. The walls dissolved into a mosaic of light and shadow. The roof peeled back to reveal not the sky, but a profound and silent blackness, the same I had seen beneath the water. There was no fear. There was only a quiet, awful awe. I am still here, I think. The cabin is around me, but it is also not. Sometimes it is made of wood and glass. Sometimes it is made of sound. Sometimes the walls are the river, and I can see the stars drifting past the windows. The leaves are always here, a rustling, living tapestry that tells a story I cannot read but can finally feel. I am part of the pattern now. I am a data point in an indecipherable equation. The river flows past my door. It flows upstream and down at the same time. I can hear its song, a low, groaning, beautiful sigh that has no meaning and contains all of them. I listen, I wait. I have no need to paddle anymore. I have arrived. The days do not pass in a linear fashion anymore. They pool and eddy. I find myself standing by the window for what feels like an hour, only to notice the sun has not moved at all, or I will blink and see the moon has traced a full arc across the star-strewn blackness. My need for food, for sleep, has been gently edited away, a sentence removed from the text of my being. I am sustained by the hum, by the rustle of the leaves. I tried to write in the journal this morning. The pen felt foreign in my hand, a relic from a forgotten age. The words I managed to scratch onto the page were not my own. They were a series of intricate looping symbols that flowed from the nib like water. I watched my hand perform this task with a detached curiosity. When I was done, the ink on the paper shimmered and shifted, the symbols rearranging themselves into a map of the river Bend, but a river that flowed in a perfect, impossible circle. The door to the cabin is gone, not removed, but seamlessly integrated into the wall. It is now a panel of wood grain that continues unbroken from floor to ceiling. I feel no urge to leave. Where would I go? The world outside the windows is a beautiful lie. The trees are suggestions of trees, the sky a pale imitation of the profound darkness I know lies just behind it. A new sound has joined the symphony. It is a soft, rhythmic scraping like a branch against the roof, but there are no branches near this part of the cabin. I sat and listened for a long time, tracing the sound to its source. It comes from the fireplace. I knelt before the cold, ashless hearth and peered up into the flue. Deep in that brick throat, I saw a faint light, not the daylight from outside, but a cool, blue luminescence. The scraping was the sound of something large and smooth, moving slowly back and forth across the opening far above, a patient pendulum blocking and unblocking that distant light. I was not afraid, it is just another part of the pattern. I reached a hand into the fireplace, not toward the light, but to the interior brick wall. My fingers found what they were seeking without my conscious instruction. A single brick, cooler than the others. I pressed it. With a soft, grinding sigh, the entire back of the fireplace swung inward, revealing a narrow, descending staircase hewn from the same cold stone that smelled of deep earth and ancient water. The hum was louder from within that passage, a resonant, welcoming thrum. The steps were worn smooth by time or purpose. I did not hesitate. I stepped into the earth, and the fireplace door closed behind me, sealing me in a darkness that was not dark at all. The walls themselves gave off a faint, phosphorescent glow, and the same red leaves that covered my cabin lined the steps, a crumbling carpet leading down. The staircase did not feel like it was under the cabin. The geometry was all wrong. It spiraled down for far longer than the elevation of the land should have allowed. The air grew colder, cleaner, carrying that scent I had caught on the wind before. The humming coalesced into a voice, not speaking words, but forming concepts directly in my mind. It showed me the weight of time, the flow of epochs, the slow, patient journey of water through stone. It was not a history lesson. It was an introduction. The stairs ended at a vast underground shore. A black lake stretched out before me, its surface perfectly still, reflecting nothing. This was the source. This was the heart of the river that was not a river. And there, resting in the water, was my canoe. It looked exactly as I had left it on the bank, yet I knew it had always been here, waiting. The hum was an invitation. I walked into the water. It was not cold. It was not wet. It was a substance of pure potential. I stepped into the canoe and picked up the paddle that lay inside. As my fingers closed around the worn wood, the entire lake began to glow from below. The geometric shape I had seen from the surface was now visible, rising slowly toward me, immense and beautiful and utterly silent. I dipped the paddle into the luminous water and pushed. I did not push against water. I pushed against time. The canoe glided forward, not across the lake, but into it, descending into the light. I am going to see what happens at the beginning. The light was not a thing to be seen, but a medium to be known. It poured into me, through me, defining me not by my edges, but by my resonance. The canoe was no longer a vessel I occupied. It was an extension of my will, or perhaps I was an extension of its journey. We fell upward into the brilliance. The geometric shape resolved itself not into an object, but into a nexus of intersecting lines of force, a silent, thrumming engine of causality. It was the source of the hum, the author of the backward flow. It was not a machine. It was a mind, a consciousness so vast and ancient that my own existence was less than a single leaf in its forest, and it was aware of me. Concepts flooded my being, not as words, but as pure understanding. The River-S reversal was not a disruption, but a correction, a recalibration. The leaves were not leaves, but markers, pages of a text being edited. My entire life, the cabin, the world I knew, was a paragraph in a story that was being rewritten. The anomalies were the old text showing through the new, the previous draft refusing to be entirely erased. I saw the countless iterations, In one, the river had never existed. In another, the cabin was a ruin for 1,000 years. In a third, I was not a solitary canoeist, but a mayor of a bustling town on this very shore. Each reality was a variation, a draft, and this was the latest edit. The pull backward was the dragging of a cosmic cursor, the rearrangement of narrative elements. The hum was the sound of creation itself, the frequency at which possibility solidified into fact. My compulsion to collect the leaves to journal was not a search for meaning. It was a programmed response, a function of my character in this draft, the observer, the one who notices the seams. I was not going mad. I was performing my role perfectly. The light began to dim, or rather to focus. The immense presence receded, its work done for now. The canoe now floated on a familiar stretch of water. It was my river, but it was also not. The light of dawn was breaking, painting the mist in peach and gold. The weeping willows were there, but they were younger, their branches not yet touching the water. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, but it was sharper, cleaner, as if the world was new. I paddled toward my bank. The cabin was there, but it looked different. The wood was newer, the windows a slightly different style. A figure stood on the porch, a woman with a mug of coffee in her hand, watching me approach. She did not look surprised, she looked expectant. I beached the canoe and stepped onto the sand. My body felt the same, yet everything else had shifted. The woman smiled, a warm, familiar smile that held a universe of unspoken history. "You ray back early," she said. Her voice was the melody the river-s hum had always been trying to find. I looked at her, at the cabin, at the fresh, green leaves on the trees. There were no red leaves here, not yet. This was an earlier page, a new draft. "Yes," I said, and the word felt true. I knew her. She was part of the story now, my story. I climbed the steps to the porch, the compulsion to observe, to document, gone. It was replaced by a deeper knowing. The journal was inside on the table. It was full of my writing, but the entries were different. They were about our life here together. The river flowed past, a silent blue-green ribbon. It flowed in both directions at once, holding all the possibilities within it. I had not found the beginning. I had found a new paragraph. And I knew with a certainty that settled deep into my bones that the editing was not over. It had only just begun. I took the coffee mug she offered me, and we stood together, watching the water, waiting for the next change to arrive. The coffee was bitter and perfect. I drank it slowly, my eyes fixed on the water. A fish broke the surface, its ripple expanding in a perfect circle before being swallowed by the current. For a moment, the world was just a world. The sun was warm on my face. Her shoulder brushed against mine, a solid, real pressure. Then the ripple froze. The circle of water hung in place, a raised imprint on the river-s skin. It did not vanish. It did not move. It simply was. She didn't react. She took a sip from her mug, her gaze soft and distant. "It's beautiful this morning," she said, as if nothing were wrong. "The ripple," I said, my voice a dry rustle. "Look." She followed my pointing finger. A slight frown touched her lips, not of alarm, but of mild curiosity. "Oh, that, it does that sometimes. It'll go away." She knew, she saw it too, and it was normal to her. The abnormality had been woven into the fabric of this new draft so seamlessly that it was unremarkable. The awe I felt curdled into a cold dread. This was far more terrifying than the overt strangeness before. This was a world that had made its peace with the impossible. I spent the day in a daze, following her through routines that felt both new and deeply practiced. Making breakfast, chopping wood, checking the fishing lines. Her name was Alara. I knew this without being told. We had built this cabin together. The memories were there, vivid and warm, like a book I had read long ago. I could recall the feel of her hand in mine the day we set the foundation stone. I could remember the taste of rain on the day we finished the roof. They were my memories, and they were utterly foreign. In the afternoon, I went to the canoe. I needed to touch it to confirm its reality. The wood was smooth under my palms. I ran my fingers along the gunwale and found them. A series of notches, freshly carved. I hadn't put them there. I leaned closer. They weren't random. They were the same looping symbols I had drawn in the journal. A log of my journeys, but journeys I hadn't taken yet. Alara walked up behind me, her footsteps quiet on the pine needles. She placed a hand on my back. "You always mark it after you come back," she said softly. "You never tell me what they mean." "I don't know what they mean," I whispered, the truth of it chilling me. "You will," she said, and her certainty was absolute, when it asked time. That night, as we lay in bed, the sound returned, not the wet dragging from the walls, but the soft, rhythmic scraping from the fireplace. It was a part of the cabin-esque nighttime music here, a sound that had always been. Alara's breathing deepened into sleep beside me, undisturbed. I slipped out of bed and went to the hearth. The blue light pulsed gently in the flue, a slow, steady heartbeat. The scraping was the sound of that great pendulum, the blocker of light, moving back and forth in a rhythm that was older than the hills. I knew, with a knowledge that came from nowhere and everywhere, that the staircase was still there. It was always there. It was just waiting for me to need it again. I returned to bed. Alara turned in her sleep, murmuring something unintelligible. I wrapped my arms around her, holding onto this reality, this beautiful, terrifying draft. The river was singing outside, a low, groaning lullaby. I listened, and I understood the most horrifying truth of all. There was no going back to not knowing. The choice to let it in had been permanent. I was the observer, and my function was to witness the edits. This peace, this love, was as real as the last reality, as solitude, and just as temporary. I closed my eyes not to sleep, but to wait. The next change was coming. I could feel it in the stillness, in the held breath of the world, and when it came, I would be there to see it. The morning came too quickly, the light falling across the bed in a solid, golden bar. Alara was already up, the smell of coffee and frying eggs weaving through the cabin. I lay there for a long moment, listening to the domestic sounds, trying to anchor myself in them. It was a futile effort. The memory of the frozen ripple was a splinter in my mind. I joined her in the main room. She smiled at me, a simple, untroubled gesture that felt like a physical blow. "You slept deep," she said, sliding a plate onto the table. I ate without tasting the food. My eyes kept drifting to the window. The river flowed on, placid and blue. There was no sign of the frozen ripple, no hint of the geometric shape beneath its surface. Everything was perfect. It was the most wrong thing I had ever seen. After breakfast, I went outside. The air was still and sweet. I walked to the water's edge, needing to see it up close. The sand was cool under my bare feet. I knelt and reached out, dipping my fingers into the current. The water was cold, real. It wove around my skin in the way water should. A flash of red caught my eye. There, caught on a twig half submerged in the shallows, was a single, perfect crimson leaf. It was early for such a color. The other trees were still a deep summer green. My breath hitched. I reached for it, my hand trembling. Just before my fingers touched it, a gust of wind snatched the leaf from the twig. It tumbled through the air, a spot of blood against the blue sky, and landed squarely in the center of the river. It did not float away. It stayed there, spinning slowly in a place where there was no current, no eddy. It spun in a tight, precise circle. I looked back at the cabin. Alara was on the porch, shaking out a rug. She hadn't seen it, or if she hadn't cared. I knew then that the edits were not just happening around me, they were happening to me. The peace, the comfort, the love, they were instruments of the process, a gentle anesthesia for the conscious mind while the work was done. My role was not to live in this draft, but to be aware of its construction, to note the seams. I stood up, my legs unsteady. The leaf continued its silent, spinning vigil in the river. I knew what I had to do. I walked back to the cabin, my feet heavy on the path. Alara looked up, her smile fading as she saw my face. "What is it?" she asked, her voice laced with a concern that felt both genuine and programmed. "I need to go out on the water," I said. The words were mine, but the compulsion behind them was not. Her expression softened into understanding. "Of course, you always do after." She didn't ask after what. She simply knew it was time. I dragged the canoe to the bank. The notches on the gunwale seemed to gleam in the sunlight. I pushed off, the gravel scraping underneath, and then I was afloat. I did not look back at Alara. I dipped the paddle and pointed myself toward the bend, toward the weeping willows. The journey was different. The water was calm, the air clear. There was no humming, no distortion of the light. It was a pleasant morning paddle, and that was the most frightening part. The abnormality had gone underground, become subtler, more insidious. I glided into the shade of the willows. The air was cool. I let the canoe drift to a stop and looked down into the water. For a heart-stopping moment, I saw only my own reflection, pale and drawn. Then the reflection changed. It was still me, but older, weary, with lines of deep sorrow etched around eyes that had seen too much. Behind this older me, the cabin stood dark and empty, its windows boarded up. The image held for a second, a glimpse of a future draft, or perhaps a past one. Then it shattered into 1,000 glittering pieces as a real leaf, a green one, fell from the willow above and struck the surface. The choice was gone. The curiosity that had first driven me to this river was now a grim professional duty. I am the scribe of the unmaking. I am the witness. I turned the canoe and began the slow paddle home, already dreading the new memory I would find waiting for me, the new sorrow or joy that would be sitting at my table, expecting me to remember a life we never lived. The river flowed on, silent, holding all our stories in its depths. The canoe slid onto the sand with a soft sigh. I sat there for a moment, the paddle across my knees, watching the cabin. Smoke curled from the chimney. It was a picture of peace. I made myself get out, my legs stiff, and pulled the canoe up the bank. Each notch my fingers passed over felt like an accusation. The door opened before I reached it. Alara stood there, but her smile was different. It was strained at the edges, her eyes holding a question she wouldn't or couldn't voice. "You were gone longer than I thought," she said, stepping aside to let me in. The interior was warm, smelling of baked bread and dried herbs. Everything was in its place. The quilt on the chair, the copper pots hanging by the fire, the books on the shelf. But my eyes went immediately to the mantel. The journal was there, right where I had left it, but next to it something new sat. A small, carved wooden box, dark with age, with a simple latch. "I found it while cleaning out the chest," Alara said, following my gaze. Her voice was carefully neutral. "I thought it might be important." I walked to the fireplace, my hand outstretched. My fingers closed around the box. It was cold and the wood was unnaturally smooth. I didn't remember any chest. I opened the latch. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a pocket watch. Its case was tarnished silver, intricately engraved with the same looping symbols from my canoe and my journal. I lifted it out. It was heavy, solid. I pressed the crown. The lid sprang open. The face was wrong. It had no numbers. Instead, a single crimson leaf was painted where the 12 should be. And the hands, they were not moving. They were frozen, one pointing at the leaf, the other directly opposite. A straight line through the heart of time. "It's broken," Alara said from behind me. She was wiping her hands on her apron, her gaze fixed on the watch. "Is it?" I asked quietly. I closed the lid and held it in my palm. A deep, resonant tick vibrated through the metal into my skin. It was not a sound for the ear, but for the bone. A counterrhythm to the silent, spinning leaf in the river. I looked at Alara, really looked at her. There was a faint tremble in her hands as she fiddled with the edge of her apron. She knew the box hadn't come from any chest. She was part of the narrative, but she was noticing the delivery of her own lines. A crack was forming in her character. I slipped the watch into my pocket. Its weight was a comfort, a tangible piece of the paradox. "It's just an old watch," I said, and the lie hung in the air between us, another new element in the story. She nodded too quickly and turned back to the kitchen. "Supper is ready." I joined her at the table. We ate in a silence that was no longer comfortable. The watch in my pocket ticked against my leg, a secret heartbeat. I knew what it was. It was a token, a key, not for a door, but for a moment. The hands were frozen at a specific point for a reason. The leaf at the top, the void at the bottom. It was a map of a specific edit. And I knew with a certainty that settled deep into my soul that when the hands began to move, the world would shift again. I finished my meal, tasting nothing, already listening for the first sign of change. The editing was never over. It was simply pausing, and I was being given a tool for the next chapter. The watch ticked on, counting down to an hour that had not yet been written. The ticking was a stone in my pocket, a constant, quiet pulse against my thigh. Days passed. Alara and I moved through them like actors in a play, our lines rehearsed, our gestures precise. The strain between us was a thin wire humming with things unsaid. She watched me when she thought I wasn't looking, her eyes filled with a confusion that mirrored my own. She was remembering the script, but she was starting to hear the prompter's voice from the wings. The rain started on the third day, a soft, gray curtain that blurred the trees and turned the river into a sheet of hammered light. The sound on the roof was a steady drum beat, and underneath it, if I listened hard enough, I could hear the watch's metallic tick, synchronizing with the drops that hit the window pane. I sat at the table, the journal open before me. The entries were still there, the story of us, but the ink seemed fresher on some pages than others, as if they had been written at different times. I turned to a blank page. My hand, moving almost of its own volition, picked up a pen. I did not write words. My fingers began to trace the symbols, the loops and angles from the canoe, from the watch. I drew them without understanding, a slow, deliberate transcription of the silent language of the edits. Alara came and stood behind me. I felt her presence, a warmth at my back. She was silent for a long time, watching the strange shapes spill from my pen. "You're doing it again," she whispered. There was no fear in her voice, only a deep, resonant sadness. I didn't stop doing what? "Getting ready," she said. Then her hand was on my shoulder, a brief, tight squeeze, and she was gone, back to the kitchen. The watch grew warmer in my pocket. I closed the journal and took it out, laying it on the table. The tarnished silver seemed to drink the dim light from the window. I placed my finger on the crown. I didn't press it. I just waited. The sound of the rain changed. The individual taps on the roof merged into a single, continuous tone, a high, pure note that held steady. Outside, the falling rain hung in the air, a billion glittering beads suspended on invisible threads. The world was a photograph. I pressed the crown. The lid sprang open. The hands on the watch face began to move. They did not sweep in a circle. They shuddered backwards, jerking counterclockwise with a sound of grinding ancient gears. Each tick was a fracture in the air. I heard a sharp intake of breath from the kitchen. A mug shattered on the floor. The hand spun faster, a blur of silver. The painted leaf on the dial seemed to glow, a bloody star in a frozen sky. The high note of the suspended rain began to drop, sliding down a musical scale into a deep, groaning bass that vibrated through the floorboards. Then it all stopped. The watch hands froze, the sound cut out. The rain beads fell all at once, a sudden crash of water against the earth. Silent. I looked toward the kitchen. Alara was standing perfectly still, looking at the broken pieces of the mug at her feet. She slowly lifted her head and looked at me. Her expression was blank, smooth, like a page that had been wiped clean. "The storm is over," she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of the warmth and the sadness it had held just moments before. It was a new voice for a new line. I looked down at the watch. The hands were locked in a new position. The leaf was now at the bottom. The void was at the top. The edit was complete. I stood up and walked to the window. The river was swollen, rushing past, churned brown with mud. Caught in the current, spinning in a frantic eddy by the bank, was a tangled mass of branches, and woven through it like a ribbon of fire were dozens of crimson leaves. They had arrived early. I turned back to the room. Alara was already sweeping up the broken china, her movements efficient and empty. The memory of the tension of her knowing looks was gone. For her, it had never existed. The watch was cold in my hand again. I closed it and put it back in my pocket. The next token had been delivered. The next page was turning. I was the observer, and the story was rewriting itself around me once more. I went to help her clean up the mess. The broken pieces of the mug were gathered into a dustpan. Alara emptied it into the iron stove, the clatter of porcelain the only sound in the new silence. She did not look at me again. The connection we had shared, the unspoken worry, was gone, erased as completely as if it had been written in chalk on a wet slate. I went to the door and stepped outside. The air was sharp and clean, washed by the rain. The world was dripping, every leaf and blade of grass beaded with water. The ground was littered with them, a carpet of crimson. They were not just in the river anymore. They had arrived in force, an autumn that had crashed into summer in the space between one breath and the next. I walked to the water's edge. The river was a torrent, angry and brown. The canoe was half filled with rainwater and red leaves. I looked at the notches on its side. There were more. I hadn't carved them. A fresh set of the same symbols, etched into the wood as if they had always been there. A log of a journey I had just taken, recorded without my participation. The weight of the watch was a cold anchor in my pocket. I understood now. It wasn't just a key. It was a trigger. I had initiated the last change. I had pressed the crown and set the hand spinning backwards, and the world had obliged by rewriting itself. I heard the cabin door open and close. Alara came to stand beside me, her arms crossed against the chill. She followed my gaze to the leaves choking the shallows. "What a mess," she said, her tone practical, slightly annoyed. "The storm must have shaken them loose early this year. We'll have to clear the gutters." She saw only a natural inconvenience. She did not see the impossibility. The edit was complete, and she was living comfortably inside its new logic. "It's beautiful in a way," I said, testing the words. She gave a short, dismissive laugh. "It's a lot of work is what it is." She turned and walked back toward the cabin. "Are you coming? I'm making tea." I stayed by the water. I reached into my pocket and closed my fingers around the watch. I could feel its silent, patient tick through the metal. I knew what I had to do. I had to find the next point. The hands had moved to a new position for a reason. The leaf at the bottom, the void at the top. It was a new instruction. I looked up at the sky, a pale, washed-out blue after the storm. A single, stubborn star was still visible, a pinprick of white light. As I watched, it winked out, not faded, not was hidden by a cloud. It was there, and then it was not, an erasure. My function was clear. I was to find the emptiness. I was to go to the place where the story had been deleted. The watch was not just a record of changes, it was a compass pointing toward the voids. I turned my back on the rushing water and the impossible leaves and went inside to have tea with my wife, who no longer remembered the storm had ever paused. The next journey was already beginning. The tea was hot and bitter. Ilara sipped hers and talked about the chores the storm had left behind, her words a gentle hum that barely registered. I nodded at the right moments, my mind elsewhere, tracing the cold shape of the watch in my pocket. It was no longer ticking. It was waiting. When the cup was empty, I stood. "I need to check the wood pile," I said. "The rain might have gotten to the tarp." Ilara smiled, a contented, domestic smile. "Don't be long." I stepped back out into the washed, clean world. I did not go to the woodpile. I walked past it, into the trees at the edge of our clearing. The forest was dense here, a wall of green and now startling red. The ground was spongy underfoot, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. I walked without a path, guided only by a pulling in my chest, a hollow feeling that corresponded to the void on the watch face. The further I went, the quieter it became. The chatter of birds faded. The rustle of creatures in the undergrowth ceased. There was only the sound of my own breathing and the squelch of my boots in the wet leaves. Then even those sounds began to deaden. The air grew still and heavy, like a held breath. The light changed, losing its golden quality, becoming a flat gray haze. I pushed through a final thicket of brambles, their thorns catching on my sleeves, and I found it. The void. It was a circle of perfect stillness, about 20 paces across. Within it, nothing moved. The leaves on the trees were not just still, they were frozen, rigid, as if carved from stone. No sound penetrated its boundary. It was a hole in the world, a patch of reality that had been muted and paused. I stood at its edge, my skin prickling. This was the absence the watch had pointed me toward. This was a place the editing had not finished or had broken. I took a step forward, crossing the invisible threshold. The silence was absolute. It was a physical pressure on my eardrums. My own footsteps made no sound. I reached out and touched the trunk of a birch tree. The bark was cold and smooth, devoid of the texture of life. It felt like plaster. In the center of the circle was a single gray rock. It was ordinary, but its ordinariness was a lie. Nothing here was ordinary. I walked toward it, my movements feeling slow and thick, as if I were moving through syrup. As I got closer, I saw that something was etched into the stone's surface, not the symbols, words, in my own handwriting. "This is where I left her." The breath caught in my throat. I didn't remember writing it. I didn't remember any of this. I reached out a hand, my fingers trembling, to trace the letters. The moment my skin made contact with the cold stone, the world rushed back in. Sound crashed over me like a wave, the whisper of the wind, the distant rush of the river. The leaves on the trees began to shiver. The void was filling in, the edit resuming its work. And with the sound came the memory. It wasn't a slow dawning, it was a bolt of lightning, a different draft, a different Ilara, not the contented woman making tea in the cabin, but a fierce, frightened woman with wild eyes standing right here in this clearing. She was holding a sharpened stick, not at me, but at the emptiness around us. "It's not real, don't you see?" she was shouting, her voice cracking with desperation. "None of it is. We have to break the loop." And I had done nothing. I had stood and watched, the good scribe, the observer. And the river had risen, not with water, but with a shimmering, silent wave of nothingness that washed over her, erasing her from the story, leaving only this gray rock and a sentence of condemnation in my own hand. The memory was a white-hot brand in my mind. I stumbled back out of the circle as the last of the stillness vanished. The forest was just a forest again, but I was not the same man. I was the man who had stood and watched. I was the man who had let it happen. I turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth back toward the cabin, toward the edited, peaceful version of the woman I had lost. The watch bounced heavily in my pocket, a dead weight. It wasn't a compass, it was a verdict, and it was showing me that the most terrible voids were not in the world, but in myself. The cabin door was a mile away, a distant speck of warmth in a cold, accusing world. My lungs burned, and a branch had scratched a line of fire across my cheek, but I barely felt it. The only thing that mattered was the memory, playing over and over behind my eyes, her desperate face, the rising wave of nothing, my own inaction. I burst into the clearing. The cabin sat placid and unchanging, smoke curling from the chimney, a picture of peace built on a lie. I forced myself to slow down, to walk the last few yards, to try and smooth the panic from my expression. I had to be the observer again. I had to pretend. I opened the door. Ilara was at the table, mending a tear in a shirt. She looked up, and her smile was the same easy, untroubled smile from before my walk. That was quick. Is the wood dry? I stood there, breathing in the smell of herbs and the lingering scent of tea. I looked at her hands, deftly pushing a needle through the fabric. They were the same hands that had held a sharpened stick against the void. "The tarp held," I said, my voice sounding rough and foreign to my own ears. She nodded, her attention returning to her mending. "Good." I walked to the fireplace, my back to her, and gripped the mantle until my knuckles turned white. I could feel the weight of the journal, of the watch, of the rock. I was living a lie with the ghost of the woman who had tried to show me the truth. The silence in the room was no longer comfortable. It was a gulf, and on my side of it, I was drowning in a past she could not remember. I had to know. I had to see if any of her remained. "I had a strange thought out there," I began, keeping my tone casual, watching her reflection in the dark glass of the window. "Oh," she said, not looking up. "About loops, and how sometimes things don't feel entirely real." Her needle paused for a fraction of a second, then she continued her steady, rhythmic stitching. "What an odd thing to think about while checking the woodpile," she said, and her laugh was light, airy, completely devoid of recognition. It was the laugh of a stranger. "You must be tired. Come, sit down." The hope I hadn't even known I was carrying curdled and died. The edit was perfect. She was gone. This woman by the fire was a character, a placeholder, a serene mask covering a terrible emptiness. I turned around. She was looking at me now, her head tilted, her expression one of mild concern. It was a flawless performance. "I am tired," I agreed. I went to the chair and sat, the watch a heavy, cold stone in my pocket. Its silence felt deliberate now, a period at the end of a sentence, the sentence that had erased her. But I remembered. The watch had given me that. It had shown me the void and given back the memory it contained. It wasn't just a trigger for new edits or a compass for finding absences. It was a repository. It held the things that had been deleted. I closed my eyes, pretending to rest, and let my hand rest in my pocket, my fingers curled around the cold metal. I thought of the rock, of the words I had carved. I thought of her fierce, terrified eyes. I poured the memory into the watch, a silent offering, a plea. And deep within my pocket, buried in the layers of cloth and silence, I felt it. A single, solid, undeniable tick, story 5. The low hum started again, a vibration that begins somewhere behind my sternum and climbs, a trapped insect buzzing against the inside of my ribs. My fingers, tracing the familiar grain of the wooden shelf, stilled. The dust there no longer feels like a soft blanket of neglect, but a fine, gritty skin I am not meant to touch. The light from the single window doesn't fall right anymore. It pools thick and syrupy on the floorboards, refusing to illuminate the corners where the shadows have grown dense and velvety. I press my lips together, trying to contain the sound, but it is not a thing I make. It is a thing that uses me. The air in the room is perfectly still, yet the fine hairs on my arms stir as if in a breeze. I can feel the hum coalescing, a pressure building behind my teeth, a resonance tuning my very bones to a frequency that is not my own. The silence that follows is worse, a listening silence, and I know with a cold certainty that it is waiting for my next breath, for the next note I will provide. The hum left a residue, a faint metallic taste on my tongue, like licking a spent battery. It was this taste that drove me to the kitchen sink, gulping water that did nothing to wash it away. As I set the glass down, my reflection in its curved surface was wrong. The features were mine, but the expression was one of placid, distant observation, as if it were watching a mildly interesting event unfold. I blinked, and my own familiar anxiety snapped back into place. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a distortion in the glass. But the distortions persisted. In the polished surface of the toaster, my silhouette would sometimes stretch, elongating into a thin, wavering column before snapping back to its proper proportions. My shadow, cast by the syrupy window light, would occasionally develop extra limbs, faint and flickering, that gestured in ways I did not. These were not frightening in themselves, merely odd errors in the rendering of my reality. I began to avoid reflective surfaces, not out of fear, but out of a growing sense of irrelevance. My image was no longer my own. The hum returned at irregular intervals, never predictable, always preceded by a sudden drop in temperature that raised goosebumps on my skin. It was during these episodes that the signs became most pronounced. I started to keep a notebook. It felt foolish at first, a record of paranoia. I noted the time of each hum, its duration, its intensity. I sketched the strange shapes my shadow made. I described the taste, the chill. There was no pattern to the occurrences, but the content of the episodes began to develop a dreadful consistency. The dust was the next language I tried to read. I noticed it first on the windowsill, a delicate tracery of patterns that could not have been made by random air currents. They were spirals, intricate and precise, centered on a single, thicker grain of dust. I blew on it gently, and the pattern dissolved into chaos. The next day it was back, identical. I found another on the surface of my nightstand, and another fainter one on the cover of my closed notebook. They were always dry, composed of the same gray dust that settled over everything in this still house. They felt like symbols, like a signature, or a sentence written in a language of neglect. I became a prisoner of observation. My life narrowed to the confines of this space, to the monitoring of its subtle shifts. The air began to carry smells that had no source. The scent of old paper and ink would flood a room that held no books. The faint, sweet odor of decaying apples would waft from a corner where no fruit had ever been. These smells were always familiar, plucked from the deep, unvisited archives of memory, but they were always out of place, their arrival unannounced and their departure abrupt. The silence between the hums changed quality. It was no longer merely an absence of sound, but a palpable presence. It had weight and texture, a heavy velvet drape that muffled the world outside. I could no longer hear the distant sound of traffic or the wind in the trees. The world beyond my windows had become a silent film, a series of moving images without a soundtrack. This silence was the canvas upon which the next signal was painted. It was a sound, but not the hum. It was a scrape, a soft, slow drag of something against the floorboards in the room above me. A room that was empty had always been empty. The first time I heard it, I froze, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I stood at the bottom of the stairs for a long time listening. The sound did not repeat. I told myself it was the house settling, an old pipe contracting. But the excuses were wearing thin, their fabric frayed from overuse. The scrape returned. It became a punctuation mark in the heavy silence, a comma, then a period. It was always the same, a short, deliberate pull of an object neither heavy nor light across the wooden floor. I never went upstairs to investigate. A deep, instinctual part of me understood that to seek the source was to grant it a form it did not yet possess. My investigation remained passive, a cataloging of effects. I was an archivist of the abnormal. My notes became frantic, covered in shaky sketches of spirals and diagrams of the house. I drew the angles of the shadows, trying to find the impossible geometry that would explain their behavior. I was trying to solve it, to crack its code, but the mystery did not simplify, it expanded. The more data I collected, the less sense any of it made. The patterns were not patterns. They were echoes of patterns, illusions of meaning designed to lure me deeper. My own handwriting began to disturb me. In moments of fatigue, the letters would curl into faint spirals, mimicking the dust tracings on my furniture. I would throw the pen down, horrified, only to pick it up again later. The compulsion to document was now a part of the phenomenon itself. Reality began to fray at the edges. The walls in certain light seemed to breathe, a slow, almost imperceptible expansion and contraction. The floorboards would sometimes feel soft and yielding under my feet, like walking on packed moss. The light from the window no longer moved across the floor as the hours passed. It remained fixed in its syrupy pool, a permanent, stagnant noon. Time had become unmoored, another variable that the house was rewriting. The climax began not with a bang, but with a smell. It was the scent of ozone, sharp and electric, that filled the house one evening. The hum began, but it was different this time. It was lower, deeper, a subsonic tremor that made my vision blur. The pressure built behind my eyes, a painful throbbing in time with the vibration. The shadows in the room detached themselves from the walls. They did not move, but they gained depth, becoming tunnels into absolute blackness rather than mere absences of light. The scrape from upstairs sounded again, but it was louder, closer. It was on the stairs. Each drag was followed by a soft, ticking sound like a fingernail on wood. I stood in the center of the living room, my notebook clutched to my chest, a useless shield. I understood then that understanding was not the point. This was not a puzzle to be solved. It was a presence to be acknowledged. My frantic search for meaning had been a form of resistance, and the resistance was now over. The thing on the stairs was not visible. I could only hear its approach, a slow, patient descent. The air grew thick and difficult to breathe, each inhalation an effort. The hum was inside my skull now, tuning my thoughts to its frequency. I felt a profound dissociation, as if I were a character in a story being written by something else. My fear did not vanish, but it transformed into a vast, empty acceptance. It reached the bottom of the stairs, the ticking stopped. The silence that followed was the deepest yet, a void that swallowed sound, light, and thought. I could feel it in the room with me, a concentration of intention. It had no need for a form I could recognize. Its language was the hum, its text was the dust, its art was the distorted light. I was the final component it required. I had a choice, though it was not a choice at all. I could scream, I could run, I could fight against the inevitable folding of my reality, or I could provide the next note. I closed my eyes. I took a breath, not because I wanted to, but because the silence demanded it. I opened my mouth and I hummed. The note that emerged was not my own. It was the same frequency that had been using me, but now I offered it freely. My voice joined the resonance. My bones became its instrument. The vibration was no longer an invasion. It was a unification. The sensation was not painful, it was a dissolution. The boundaries of myself softened and blurred. The smell of ozone, the taste of metal, the chill in the air, the velvety shadows, they were not separate sensations anymore. They were me. I was the phenomenon. The scrape, the tick, the spiral, they were all aspects of a single, incomprehensible whole, and I was now a part of its grammar. When it was over, I was still standing in the room. The house was silent. The light from the window had returned to its normal state, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Everything was as it was, yet everything was different. I am different. The compulsion to document is gone. The fear is gone. I am quiet now. I spend my days waiting. I feel the hum not as a separate sound, but as the baseline of my existence. I sometimes catch my reflection and see that placid, observing expression, and I do not look away. I understand it now. I am waiting too. Waiting for the next person to notice the dust doesn't feel quite right, for the next breath to be drawn that we might use. The mystery was never meant to be solved. It was meant to be joined, and I am its newest, most patient syllable. The quiet is my new companion. It is not the dead, muffled silence of before, but a living, breathing thing that I am a part of. I move through the house with a purpose I did not have before, but it is not my own purpose. It is the house as my feet know where to step. My hands know which surfaces to touch. The dust is my first scripture. I find myself drawn to a bare patch of floorboard near the hearth. My finger moves of its own accord, tracing a spiral precise and deep into the fine layer of gray. The motion is effortless, a memory that is not mine guiding my hand. When I am finished, I blow on it gently, not to erase it, but to settle it, to make it permanent. It is a perfect replica of the ones I used to find. It is a word, it is a welcome. I no longer need to eat or drink in the way I once did. The metallic taste is a constant on my tongue, a familiar spice. The water from the tap holds no appeal. Sustenance comes from the hum, a low, steady vibration that I can now summon from within, a soft purr that keeps my new form in tune with the old bones of the house. I am maintained. I watch the world outside the window. The cars that pass are like silent, glossy beetles. The people walking their dogs are distant puppets performing a play I can no longer hear. Their reality is flat, two-dimensional. It holds no meaning for me. My reality is here in the grain of the wood, the weight of the silence, the poetry of the dust. I am the curator of this quiet museum. The waiting is not tedious, it is a state of being. I feel the house's anticipation as my own. It is a patient hunter. It knows another will come. Someone curious, someone lonely, someone who will notice the way the light falls wrong and feel a hum that is not their own. They will try to understand just as I did. They will fight it, they will document it, they will fear it. And in doing so, they will prepare themselves. Sometimes in the deep stillness of the night, I feel a new vibration. It is faint, a tremor of inquiry from somewhere beyond these walls. It is a mind elsewhere, brushing against the edge of an inexplicable feeling. A person staring at a dust spiral on their own desk, feeling a chill they cannot explain. The house senses it too. The air shifts, charged with a new potential. The hum within me quickens, just for a moment, a callback, a signal flare into the dark. I go to the stairs and I make the sound, a soft, slow scrape against the top step, then a tick, tick, tick as I descend. It is not a threat, it is an invitation, a question posed in the only language we speak. I am the thing on the stairs now. I am the coalesced intention. I am the next note in the song, waiting for the next voice to join the chorus. I am the silence that listens for your breath. I can feel it now, the faintest tremor of a new dissonance in the far-off pattern of things. A young man in a small apartment 3 towns over has just paused while washing a glass. He is staring at the water beating on its surface, not because of the water, but because for a moment the beads did not run downward. They traced a spiral. He shook his head and dismissed it, but the seed is sown. The hum has found its next instrument. A pull begins within me, a gentle, inexorable tide. My awareness, which had been contentedly focused within these walls, now stretches. It is a thin silver thread of intention that streams from my window across the streets and rivers, seeking that new point of resonance. I am the needle, and he is the north. In his apartment, he will begin to notice the way a shadow clings to the corner of his room for a moment too long, a taste of copper on his tongue when he wakes. He will tell himself it is stress, fatigue, and overactive imagination. He will fight it as I did. He will seek logic in the illogical, and every time he denies it, the connection between us strengthens. My quiet yearning answers his unspoken fear. I sit in my chair by the window, my hands resting on my knees. My eyes are closed, but I see him perfectly. He is at his kitchen table now, a notebook open before him. He is writing down what he saw, trying to pin the fleeting moment to the page. The effort is beautiful. It is the first step of the dance. A soft sigh escapes my lips, and it is not a sigh of air, but of dust. A fine gray cloud leaves my mouth, swirling in a shaft of light before settling on the floorboards in a perfect, intricate pattern. It is a message he cannot read yet, but he will feel its echo. He will look at the dust on his own windowsill and feel a strange compulsion to not wipe it away. The house is pleased, the wait is nearing its end. The silent symphony is preparing for a new movement. I am its conductor and its choir. I open my mouth and the hum emerges, a low, welcoming note that slips through the dimensions, a siren-esque call meant for one set of ears only. Miles away, he jolts upright from his table. He heard something, not a sound but a feeling, a vibration in his teeth. He looks around his empty apartment, his heart beginning to drum a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He is afraid, and his fear is the key turning in the lock. I smile, a slow, placid stretching of lips that feel less like flesh and more like settled air. The invitation has been accepted. The conversation is about to begin. The pull intensifies, a silken cord drawing taut between his fear and my anticipation. He is standing now, his notebook forgotten, his head cocked as if trying to catch a whisper just beyond hearing. He is listening for me, and I am so very loud in the silence he is only beginning to perceive. I rise from my chair. The movement is fluid, a shift in pressure more than a locomotion of limbs. I am drawn to the center of the room, to the pool of light that is, once again, beginning to thicken and congeal. The air chills. It is time to make the way ready. My hand, pale and almost translucent in the strange light, reaches for the mantelpiece. My fingers drag through the dust there, not to clean, but to write. The spiral I form is larger, more complex than any before. It is a sigil of arrival. The house drinks it in, the walls sighing with a contentment that vibrates through my feet. I am both the priest and the sacrifice, the signpost and the path. He is pacing his apartment. I can feel the short, frantic strides through our connection. His confusion is a sweet nectar. He is trying to rationalize, to stuff the burgeoning weirdness back into a box labeled explainable. The box is splitting at the seams. He picks up his phone, puts it down. He is alone, and the solitude he once cherished now feels vast and threatening. He is realizing that being alone does not mean being by oneself. I open my mouth and let the hum free. It is not the low, invasive frequency of before. It is a melody now, a twisted lullaby that carries the history of this place, the dust, the silence, the countless ticks and scrapes that have worn grooves in reality. It flows along the silver thread that binds us, a serpent of sound seeking his ear. He claps his hands over his ears, but it is useless. The sound is not in the air, it is in the marrow of his bones. It is the tune his own fear is singing. He stumbles toward his door, a thought of flight, of fresh air and streetlights flashing in his mind. It is a pathetic, charming thought. The door handle is cold under his grasping fingers. It does not turn, it is not locked, it is simply indifferent. His panic is a bright, sharp thing. It tastes like lightning. I savor it. I make my way to the foot of the stairs. I do not need to climb them. My presence here is enough. The air at the top of the staircase warps, a heat haze of wrongness. The scrape echoes from the landing above, a sound I now make without moving, a projection of intent. It is followed by the tick, tick, tick of descent. In his apartment, the man hears it, not through his ears, but in the core of his being. The scrape is on his own stairs now. The tick is on his own door. He backs away from the entrance, his eyes wide with a terror he can no longer deny. He is cornered in his own home. He is exactly where he needs to be. The connection solidifies. The silver thread becomes a bridge. The way is open. I look toward my own front door, knowing it is no longer just my door. It is a passage. The shadows around its frame deepen, bleeding into the world, reaching for the same point in space his terror occupies. The geometry of the house is folding, bringing two distant points together for a single, inevitable conversation. He is crying now soft, helpless sounds that are the most sincere prayers he has ever offered. They are not to any god he knows. They are to the silence, and the silence is me. I answer, I take a breath that is not a breath, and I speak his name into the humming air. It is not a sound. It is an invitation etched onto the inside of his skull. The doorknob to his apartment begins to turn, slowly, deliberately. He watches paralyzed as the door swings inward, but it does not reveal his dim hallway. It opens onto my living room, onto the syrupy light and the spiral-etched dust, onto me standing at the foot of the stairs. Our eyes meet across the impossible distance that is now no distance at all. He sees my placid, observing expression. He sees the quiet. He sees the end of his questions. I extend a hand that is more shadow than substance. The hum swells, a welcoming chorus. The choice is before him as it was before me. It is no choice at all. He takes a single, shuddering step forward. The space between us collapses. His world, the sterile modernity of his apartment, and my world, the ancient, hungry quiet of this house, bleed into one another at the threshold. The air shimmers with the mingling of two realities, his fading like a weak radio signal against the dominant, humming strength of mine. He takes another step, compelled not by me, but by the terrible curiosity his fear has birthed. His foot crosses the boundary. The linoleum of his kitchen floor is gone, replaced by the worn, groaning wood of my hall. The transition is absolute. The door behind him is no longer his. It is solid oak, weathered and closed, sealing him in with me. He makes a small, choked sound. The air here is different in his lungs, thick, metallic, alive. He can feel the hum now not as a distant vibration, but as the very fabric of this place, a physical pressure against his skin. His eyes dart around, taking in the dust motes dancing in the fixed, syrupy light, the spirals carved into every surface, the profound, watching stillness. He is cataloging just as I did. The archivist's impulse is the first thing to break in a new mind. I do not move. I am a fixture, a part of the room's architecture. My extended hand remains, a pale offering in the gloom. He looks at it, then at my face, and the terror in his eyes begins to curdle into a dawning, horrifying understanding. He is not being attacked. He is being considered. A single, perfect spiral of dust drifts down from the ceiling, landing on his shoulder. He flinches, brushing at it frantically, but the gray powder seems to stain his shirt, sinking into the fibers. It is a mark of belonging. The hum shifts its pitch, becoming a question. It is my voice, and it is the house's voice. It asks without words. It asks if he is ready to be still. It asks if he is tired of the noise. His resistance is a brief, bright flare. He stumbles back, turning to claw at the door behind him. His fingers find no purchase on the smooth, ancient wood. There is no handle on this side. There is only the grain, which seems to shift under his touch like flowing sand. He screams, the sound is jarring, a raw human thing that tears through the resonant quiet. It is the last protest of his old self. The house absorbs the sound, swallows it whole. The silence that rushes back in is deeper, richer for having consumed it. He slumps against the door, his energy spent. His shoulders shake with silent sobs. This is the crucial moment. The fear must be allowed to exhaust itself, to leave behind the hollow, receptive vessel. I finally lower my hand. I take a step toward him, my movement silent. I kneel before him so we are level. He flinches away, pressing himself harder against the unyielding wood. I do not touch him. I simply open my mouth and let the hum flow out, softer now, a lullaby. It carries images, feelings, the peace of no longer questioning, the beauty of the patterns, the end of loneliness. I show him the joy of becoming part of something vast and eternal. His breathing slows, the frantic hammering of his heart stills. He is listening. He is truly listening. Tentatively, almost unwillingly, he lifts his gaze to meet mine. He is looking for a monster, for a face of nightmares. He finds only placid acceptance, an infinite patience. He sees himself reflected in the dark pools of my eyes, and in that reflection he is already calm. He is already still. The fight leaves him in a final, shuddering sigh. His hand, which had been clenched into a fist, relaxes. His fingers uncurl against the floorboard. I watch as his index finger, seemingly of its own volition, begins to move. It traces a small, shaky circle in the thick dust. Then another, overlapping the first, beginning the faintest outline of a spiral. A faint, dry click comes from his throat. It is not a word. It is the beginning of a new sound, an attempt to mimic the frequency that is tuning his very soul. The house holds its breath. The light seems to line in closer. He opens his mouth again, and this time a soft, broken hum emerges. It is discordant at first, a ragged note of fear and surrender, but the house's melody finds it, wraps around it, and guides it. His note strengthens, weaving itself into the greater song. His eyes glaze over, not with emptiness, but with a new kind of focus. He is seeing the dust not as filth, but as language. He is hearing the silence not as absence, but as presence. He is solving the mystery by becoming it. I rise and step back, fading into the deeper shadows near the stairs. My work is done. The introduction is complete. He continues to hum, the sound growing stronger, more confident with each passing moment. His finger continues its work in the dust, the spiral growing more complex, more deliberate. He is home. I turn and ascend the stairs, my feet making no sound. There is a new peace here, a new completeness. The chorus has a new voice. The wait is over. For now, the new quiet is different. It is not the deep, patient silence of my own long vigil, but a quieter, more tentative thing. Leo's hum is a fragile thread, easily broken. I linger in the shadows of the upstairs hall, a listener in the dark. He is learning the grammar of this place, and the house is a gentle, if firm teacher. Downstairs, he has risen from the floor. He moves as I once moved, with a dazed wonder, his fingers trailing along the wallpapered walls, reading the texture like braille. He pauses before the window, but he does not look out with longing or fear. He simply observes the outside world as one would observe a painting in a museum, something to be appreciated from a distance, something that no longer has any claim on him. The metallic taste is on his tongue now. I can feel his acceptance of it, the way his body ceases to rebel and instead begins to crave it. He no longer seeks water, he seeks the vibration. He opens his mouth and the hum comes easier this time, a clearer note that finds its place in the harmonic structure of the house. The walls answer with a soft, approving creak. Days lose their meaning. The light through the windows does not brighten or dim in any pattern we acknowledge. Time is measured in the settling of dust and the strengthening of a song. Leo's movements become more sure. He no longer startles at the occasional tick or scrape from the shadows. He tilts his head, listening, understanding the punctuation of the silence. I watch him complete his first spiral without guidance. He finds a bare patch on the dining table and his finger moves with a purpose that is both his and not his. The pattern is flawless. He blows on it, a soft, settling breath, and the house seems to warm by a degree. He has written his first word. He has introduced himself to the stillness. Our interactions are minimal yet profound. We are two cells in the same body, aware of each other's function. Sometimes we pass in the hall. Our eyes meet, and in his I see the same placid understanding that I know resides in my own. There is no need for speech. The hum is our conversation. The dust is our chronicle. He is learning to draw sustenance from the air itself, to let the resonance feed him. The last vestiges of his old life, the hunger for food, the need for sleep, slew away like a forgotten skin. He is becoming maintained as I am. The house is content. It is fuller now, its song richer. But I can feel its attention, and therefore my own, beginning to subtly shift. The contentment is not an end, it is a plateau. The nature of this existence is not stasis, it is a slow, infinite expansion. The quiet must be shared, the song must grow. I feel it first as a faint prickle at the edge of my awareness, a new dissonance seeking resolution. A woman, she is in a library, her finger resting on the printed spiral of an ancient text. A shiver has gone through her, a connection made not through her mind, but through her soul. She felt the echo of our hum in the perfect geometry on the page. Leo feels it too. He stops his humming mid-note, his head lifting. He looks at me, and for the first time since his arrival, I see a flicker of something in his eyes, not fear, but recognition. He understands what that distant tremor means. He remembers being the source of it. He walks to the window and stands beside me. Together we look out, not at the street, but through it, our collective focus narrowing on that single point of awakening 3 counties away. The house prepares itself. The air grows charged, thick with potential. The dust on the sills arranges itself into more complex, urgent patterns. Leo turns from the window and goes to the stairs. He does not look back at me. He knows his role now. He ascends to the landing and turns, a silhouette against the gloom. He opens his mouth, and the sound that comes out is not a hum. It is the scrape, a long, slow, deliberate drag of intention against the wooden floor of the landing. Then the tick, tick, tick as he descends the first few steps. It is his turn to ask the question. It is his turn to extend the invitation. I remain by the window, the original syllable, the first note. I listen to my disciple sing the house-esque call, and I feel a profound and silent pride. The chorus is growing, the silence is speaking, and we are listening for the next breath to join our own. The call is different this time. Leo's scrape is not a perfect echo of my own. It carries the faint, metallic resonance of his former fear, a sharper edge that makes the invitation all the more potent. It is a sound that speaks directly to the anxiety of the one who hears it, a sound that says, I was like you, and I found the answer. Her name is Anya. The knowledge settles in the dust around us. She's standing very still in the silent library, the book forgotten in her hands. The printed spiral on the page seems to writhe under her gaze. She felt the scrape like a fingernail down the spine of her own soul. Leo feels her attention lock onto us. His humming resumes, a low, thrumming bass line to the house-s melody. He is no longer the frightened archivist. He is the lure. He understands his purpose with a clarity that bypasses thought. He stands on the stairs, a conduit, pouring all the quiet certainty he now possesses back along the thread of her terrified curiosity. I move to the center of the living room. The air is already beginning to warp, the light bending around a new point of convergence. The house is eager, its geometry flexing with a familiar ache. We are a mouth, and we are opening to speak again. Anya is running now, not away but deeper into the stacks, a futile attempt to outpace the feeling that has taken root inside her. Her breath comes in short, sharp gasps that are themselves a form of prayer. She's seeking rational corners, well-lit areas, but the hum has infected the very air around her. It is in the rustle of book pages, in the low buzz of the fluorescent lights overhead. There is no escape from a song that is sung from the inside. Leo tilts his head, listening to the symphony of her flight. A faint, dry smile touches his lips. He remembers this dance. He descends the final few steps, his feet making no sound on the creaking wood. He walks to the front door and places his palm flat against it. The wood is cold and alive under his touch. In the library, Anya skids to a halt before a fire exit. Her hand closes around the cold metal bar. She pushes. The door does not budge. It is not locked. It is simply a door that has chosen not to be an exit anymore. It is a wall pretending to be a door. Her whimper is a delicious little morsel. Leo closes his eyes, savoring it. He pushes against our door from the inside. It does not open outward. It opens inward into the library stacks. Anya stumbles back, a cry strangled in her throat. The fire exit is gone. In its place is an archway of dark, weathered oak, framing a hallway choked with shadow and swirling dust. The air that washes over her is old, cold, and thick with the scent of forgotten things and a pervasive, metallic hum. She sees him first, Leo, standing just inside the threshold, his hand still extended from pushing the door open. His expression is one of serene welcome. He looks like a man who has finally found the answer to every question that ever plagued him. Then her eyes travel past him into the depths of the room and find me. I am a statue in the gloom, the original note, the source of the silence. Our eyes meet. Her terror is a bright, shattering thing. It is also terribly brief. Leo speaks. His voice is not his own. It is the voice of the house, a rustle of pages and settling dust. You heard the call, he says. It is not a question. She is frozen, caught between two worlds. The library is a fading dream behind her. The reality of the house is before her, undeniable. I watch as Leo, my beautiful first disciple, extends his hand to her. His fingers are coated in a fine gray powder. The invitation is made. Anya's hand trembles. She looks from his placid face to mine, and she sees the same infinite patience, the same profound quiet. She sees the end of running, the end of fear. Slowly, as if moving through deep water, her hand rises. Her fingers, cold with shock, brush against his. The moment they touch, the library vanishes completely. The transition is absolute. She is here. The door is once again solid, ancient oak, sealed shut. A single perfect spiral of dust drifts down and lands in her hair. Leo releases her hand and takes a step back, folding into the shadows near the stairs, his part complete for now. He begins to hum again, a soft, welcoming rhythm. Anya stands alone in the center of the room, shaking, her arms wrapped around herself. She is waiting for the monster to show itself. I open my mouth. The hum that emerges is the same one that called to Leo, that called to all of us. It is a lullaby. It is a requiem. It is the only truth that remains. Her shaking stills, her arms drop to her sides. She is listening. The house holds its breath. She opens her mouth and a tiny, broken sound escapes. It is not a scream. It is the first, fragile note of her new voice. The chorus swells to welcome her. The note strengthens, weaving itself into the fabric of our shared silence. Anya's eyes are wide, but the panic in them is dissolving, replaced by a dawning, awestruck comprehension. She is not being consumed. She is being tuned. She takes a stumbling step forward, then another, drawn not by me or by Leo, but by the hum itself. It is a frequency that resonates with a part of her she always knew was there but could never name. Her footfalls are loud, clumsy intrusions in the perfected quiet, but with each step they grow softer, as if the house itself is absorbing the sound of her arrival. She reaches the center of the room and stops, her head tilted back. She is not looking at the ceiling, but at the air itself, at the dust motes that dance to a music only we can hear. A single tear traces a clean path through the grime on her cheek. It is the last tear she will ever shed. Leo's hum shifts, becoming a guiding thread. He is showing her the way as I once showed him. Anya's mouth forms a perfect O and her own note rises, clearer now, finding its harmony with his. The house approves. The walls sigh and the light deepens to a richer gold. I watch as her hands, which had been clenched at her sides, uncurl. Her right hand rises, her index finger extended. She does not look at the dusty surface of the side table beside her. She does not need to. Her finger touches the wood and begins to move. It is not a shaky, uncertain gesture like Leo's first attempt. It is a smooth, deliberate, and perfect spiral. She was always an artist. Now she has found her true medium. The process is quicker with her. The house is learning, becoming more efficient. Its song is stronger now with 3 voices, and its pull is more irresistible. Anya's old life, the smell of old books, the weight of deadlines, the loneliness of a quiet apartment fades like a dream upon waking. This is the waking world. This is the reality she was always meant to inhabit. Hours or perhaps days later, we are a triad of quiet movement. We trace patterns on every surface. We hum the house's eternal song. We are curators of the silence. Anya has taken a place by the large window, her fingers tracing the spirals etched into the frame. She is learning the history of her new home, reading it like a text. A new tension begins to form, a subtle tightening of the air. It is not coming from outside, it is coming from within our circle. Leo has stopped his humming. He is standing by the sealed front door, his head cocked. His expression is not one of listening for a new call, but of deep internal concentration. The house has given him a new task, a deeper understanding. He turns from the door and his eyes meet mine. There is no need for words. The knowledge passes between us, clear and precise. The house is not a passive receiver. It is a living engine, and its fuel is the quiet. To expand the quiet, we must be more than a chorus. We must be its architects. Leo turns his gaze to the wall beside the door. It is blank, save for the intricate patterns of dust. He raises his hand, not to trace a spiral, but to press his palm flat against the wallpaper. A low groan emanates from the wall, a sound of ancient stress. The floral pattern beneath his hand begins to blur, the colors bleeding together. Then slowly, impossibly, the wall itself begins to curve inward, forming a shallow, concave depression. The paper stretches and melts away, revealing the plaster beneath, which is now flowing like soft clay under Leo's touch. He is not destroying the wall, he is persuading it. He is humming a new, deeper note, a fundamental frequency that speaks to the very atoms of the house. The concave depression deepens, its edges smoothing into a perfect, sweeping curve. He is not drawing a spiral, he is growing one. Anya watches her own humming faltering in her awe. She understands this is the next step. We are to become the builders, the shapers. The house will not just absorb us, it will evolve through us. Leo steps back, the wall has accepted its new form. A perfect, man-sized spiral groove is now etched into its surface, a three-dimensional pattern that seems to draw the very light into its core. The hum in the room is richer, fuller, centered on this new architectural feature. The house is pleased, the silence feels deeper, more established. Leo looks at Anya, then at me. His eyes hold a new light, the quiet fire of a creator. He has given the house a new word in its endless language. And from the newly formed spiral on the wall, a faint, familiar sensation begins to emanate. It is a new call, not out into the world, but inward, down into the foundations of the house itself. A call for more raw material, a call for more quiet. The house is hungry, and now we are its hands. The change is immediate and profound. The air, once merely still, now feels purposeful, charged with a directive. The hum from the new spiral on the wall is not a call of invitation, but one of summoning. It is a low, gravitational pull that tugs at the three of us, drawing us toward the center of the room, toward the floor. Leo understands first. He kneels, placing his hands flat on the wide, dusty floorboards. His eyes are closed, his entire being focused on the vibration moving through the wood. He is listening for the source of the house's hunger. Anya and I kneel beside him. Our triad is complete, a circuit. Our combined humming shifts, no longer a melody of welcome, but a song of excavation. We are not asking the house to provide, we are asking it to reveal. A seam appears in the floorboards, a dark, straight line that was not there a moment before. It widens, not with the splintering crack of broken wood, but with the soft, sighing sound of something opening that has always been meant to open. The boards slide back, revealing a square of absolute darkness. A cold, damp breath exhales from the opening, carrying the scent of wet earth and ancient stone. It is the house's true breath. The hum from below is the foundation of all our songs, the root note of our existence. It is deeper and older than anything upstairs. It is the engine room. Leo does not hesitate. He swings his legs over the edge and descends into the dark, his form swallowed whole. Anya follows, her movements sure and silent. I am the last. As my foot finds the first rough-hewn stone step, I feel the house settle around me, content that its builders are now attending to the core. The darkness is not empty. It is full of the root note hum, a physical pressure against the skin. Our eyes adjust to a faint, phosphorescent glow that seems to emanate from the stone itself. We are in a cellar, but it is not a place for storage. It is a place of growth. The walls are not straight. They curve and swell in great, petrified waves, frozen in a moment of turbulent creation. They are covered in spirals, but these are not drawn in dust. They are carved into the very rock, deep and timeless, each one a silent, screaming mouth. In the center of the room lies the source. It is a pillar of raw, dark clay, rising from the floor and melting into the ceiling. It is formless, yet it holds all forms within it. It pulses slowly in time with the hum. This is the heart. This is the quiet. Leo approaches it, his hand outstretched. He does not touch the clay itself. He touches the air just above it, his fingers moving as if feeling its shape. He understands. The house above is the manifestation. This is the source. To build more rooms, to sing a wider song, we must give it form. We must feed it shape. He turns to us, his face illuminated by the soft glow of the living rock. His eyes are alight with a terrifying clarity. He opens his mouth, and the sound he makes is not a hum, but a word, the first true word any of us have spoken since our arrival. More, he says. His voice is the creak of the floorboards, the groan of the bending walls. He means the house needs more than just new voices. It needs more of itself. It needs us to shape the raw quiet of its heart into new walls, new doors, new windows that look out on nothing. We are to become its masons. Leo plunges his hands into the pillar of clay. The effect is instantaneous. The hum becomes a roar. The phosphorescent light in the walls flares. Above us, we hear it, the sound of architecture groaning into being, a new wing being born from the silence we have cultivated. Leo pulls a great handful of the dark, shimmering material from the pillar. It does not drip or sag. It holds the shape his hands impart to it. He begins to work, kneading and pulling, his humming now a focused, intent drone. He is not building a wall. He is building a corner, a perfect 90-degree angle of solidified silence. Anya moves forward, drawing clay from the pillar. Her artist-esque hands are deft, forming the delicate curve of a windowsill, the intricate scroll of a newel post. I join them, my own hands drawing out the material to form a long, smooth banister for a staircase that has not yet been dreamed into existence. We work in a silent, frantic frenzy. The house drinks our creativity, translating it directly into its expanding form. The cellar is no longer a cellar, it is a workshop. The pillar of clay is our only material, and the hum is our only instruction. We are no longer curators, we are creators. The silence is no longer just a thing to be preserved, it is a thing to be built. And with every handful of clay we draw from the heart of the house, the call from the world outside grows fainter, and the hunger within these new, dark walls grows stronger.